things that are involved in hormone production, and maybe it's converting testosterone into estrogen. But I know that it's associated with depression and like lack of sleep, things like that. So I think it's one of the things that doctors don't look at, but I think is a cause of depression.
All right, I'm already over there, Yaniv, and it's live too, so we're all good to go.
Yeah, I'm in the other room. I'm just finishing this conversation. I'll finish David up after I'm done.
Yeah, watch it. Yeah.
Yeah, you might want to have him test it just to see if you're sort of in the normal range.
Okay. I think Yaniv and Palm are talking about low T and so on. That's a funny idea for me. Oh, let me see if I actually... Okay, I don't know if your volume is coming through for me, but... Fingers crossed I've got the right tab muted. Okay, now I'll put the... I'll put the link out to everybody in, I guess, the world and such. See the web filled up? I switched the other one. I think this one's got bugs in it again. Yeah, believe it or not, the bed bugs get in the headset of all things. Oh, and welcome Jack, and welcome Jim.
You should give this link to Art, because Art is going to want to be in this hangout.
Okay.
It looks like you got a new background.
Yeah.
Because I know why Jack wants Art to be in there, very specifically. Because Art understands that even on theism, if you grant the whole thing, you can't get normativity. Am I correct, Jack?
I don't think Art knows about that argument.
Oh, I thought he was alluding to that before.
I don't think so.
Art is the Viking, right? The Viking with the bowl of hard liquor.
He's the guy who lives in Czechoslovakia, or Czech Republic rather.
Nigel, did you say the bedbugs got into your headphone? Oops. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Nigel, did you say bedbugs got into your headphones?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's a headset. It's got a microphone on it, too. And welcome, Palm. It's not really an early changeover. There's two of them going to stay, I guess, live for, as long as I stick around.
So anyway, Dutch David, are you there?
Oh, hey, Hillbilly. Oh, who's blasting music?
Yeah.
Someone is blasting
music. Thank you.
Hey, that's wonderful, Hillbilly. It looks great. How's your mom doing? By the way, that's the last time I think we talked when you were at your mom's.
Yep, she's doing much better. I mean, coming from nearly dead to actually being able to walk again. Now she's walking with a walker and not very far, but I think it's a heck of a lot better than where she was. I don't think she's ever going to be able to get home. I don't think she's realized that yet. But she's always going to have to be in some kind of assisted living, either a facility or a setup at a home. But steps is no more. She can't do steps. So, but I'm just glad that she's alive.
Yeah, I'm too. I'm so glad for you, Jim. Yeah, I'm so glad that she's okay. Yeah, that's what matters at least.
Yep, it sure is. And what's really good. I mean, you could be alive and not be living, but because you could be, just a vegetable laying there on a bed. But she remembers people. She does have some memory issues, short term mostly, but she remembers people. She's remembered people's names. She can hold a conversation with you. She's been on the phone with my wife for 30, 45 minutes at a time. So, I mean, she's doing so much better. She's almost back mentally to where she was.
I'm so glad.
Christian, you can be alive and have all your cognitive functions working. You can be coherent and but still be dead if you're in Adam, right? If you're not in Christ, then you're dead. Including your mom, right? Hello? Am I audible?
What happened to David? How come we can't hear David anymore?
I can hear it. Can you hear him?
Why can you guys not hear David anymore? I can't hear him.
I can hear him.
I can hear him.
Why can't you guys hear him?
Maybe you're tuning out the nonsense.
You guys are just the worst. I'm being very polite.
You guys didn't play along with me.
I feel I'm being...
It would have been funny if we all pretended that we couldn't hear David. So David, where were we? I think I was showing you why there's no issue with talking about these things as preferences.
I think Christian was talking about his mom. So.
Oh, you'd like to run away again? Okay.
I'm not running away.
Why is Philip muting David?
You know how Philip is.
Yeah, I'll have it later, I think. Philip, because we're trying to have a conversation. That was the whole goal. There were two rooms. I purposely went to a room where David's there so we could finish showing him how wrong he is.
Or you just let him talk. I don't see the difference.
Philip, you're hindering progress. I'm gonna have to go into another room with David.
I have to create a non-Philippa room.
Yeah. Well, we come into these rooms to have dialogue with people of opposing views. It's not sufficient reason to mute them if they have opposing views.
I agree with that. Who are you talking about muting?
David, Philip muted David. Okay, I'm going to Skype David. Finish the conversation that way.
David may just be a little testy today. Looks like he's having a bad hair day.
Hey, he was being fine. He's very funny, actually.
He always has a good hair day because he irons his hair.
He's supposed to take it off first before he irons it.
He always has a good hair day because he irons his hair. Oh my God.
So is everybody ready for Christmas?
Not evolution, false.
Oh, now what's he not getting for Christmas?
He doesn't think Christmas is biblical, so he doesn't celebrate it.
Oh, that's sad.
It's just part of the war on Christmas.
It's a war on Christmas.
Jack, I like to think that Philip uses a clothes iron and starch.
Philip, look what you've done. No, we're having small talk instead of talking about moral realism. It's absurd.
What's the matter with you, Philip?
What do you mean he could talk? He's muted.
Is there a way to unmute him?
Can you unmute him?
Yeah, move me, little bitch.
Ooh,
Shots fired.
feel the love.
Okay, David. Let's
I be
finish the
heard?
conversation.
Can I be heard and understood and loved and hugged?
Why did you mute him again? Now I can't hear him again.
Sight. Okay. So,
You had to think about it for a minute.
what's the topic?
So, David,
Look, in all honesty, I don't. Well, I'm going to disappoint, but I don't want to raise any expectation because I'm playing a few online poker tournaments. So I'm going to be
yeah, you can
focused.
use excuses about why you're
No,
not.
look, I'm
going
go. Look. I could share my screen and show you. I'm playing those. So
You
I
do that.
look. Okay.
Share your screen.
You call my bluff, you motherfucker. Okay.
No, I'm playing against you while we speak. So if you share your screen, I can
Oh
rip
yeah,
your
I can see
words.
your hand. Yeah, I can see your hand.
That's collusion. How do I do this? The green motherfucker, right?
So Dutch David, I don't think playing poker is can hurt you more than your feeble mind has hurt you. So I'm not worried.
Can you guys see this?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Now you might want to close your porn windows if you're going to share your computer
No,
screen.
I'm pure in my name.
Especially the gay porn windows I'm seeing over there.
No.
Yeah, like Nephilim Free.
Why? What's Nephilim 3?
Oh,
Nephilim Free is
escort
famous
service.
for making a video in which he clicked on his bookmarks and there was an escort service in there.
He took the video down after it was pointed out to him.
For good reason. So David, Dutch David,
Yes.
don't run away into your poker fantasy
I'm not
world.
running away. This is just friendly Bendler.
I know.
Friendly
Yeah,
banter.
Yeah, no, it's friendly Bandler. So anyway, where were we? So I was saying,
You were being incoherent. You were talking about two Muslims having different preferences, and
Yeah.
that was right.
no, we move. Yeah, but so the
They
point
had a
is,
choice. Yeah.
the point is that it's fine to describe the issue with rape and torture that we have very strong preferences about what other people should be allowed that trump our preference to allow other people to have their own aims and goals. So we could say, look, I have a value of preference that I like to respect the fact that other people have separate aims and goals. But I also have a value to prevent torture, and I have a value to protect babies, and when that's a stronger value than protecting people's aims. I don't see the problem with that. Do you see a problem with that?
Well, on paper, there's no problem right there. But
Let me just translate. I mean, when you say
shut up. In practice, that would mean that the person that wants to eat vanilla ice cream or wants to just right after that go and rape your infant, right?
yeah.
They will be on the same par. I mean, you might interpret it different.
Wait.
Oh, wait. You might have certain.
Excuse me for talking while you're interrupting me.
Okay. Are we going to be a
You might call
comic
it-
duo?
call it on par. You
A
could
comic
choose to
duo.
call it
That's
on
fine.
par, but that's just begging the question.
No,
That
but
implies that there's
look,
some
look,
kind
look,
of other thing it
look,
could
look,
be.
Genevieve, you are being perfectly perfectly. Wait, sorry, I have to make one
I think what
fault.
you mean to say is I'm being
Okay.
perfectly
No,
coherent.
you are being perfectly. No, you are being perfectly consistent with your worldview, right?
Yeah,
But
coherent.
in actuality, people don't perceive my extreme example. LOL, Philip. But my example is so extreme, just to point out that um, the spectrum that Genève wanted to have, like, okay, there's a spectrum. Like, I really, really, really care about this, and I don't care as much about vanilla
What
ice
was my
cream.
response to the spectrum comment, first of
My
all?
my point is that
Dutch David, I just want to make sure you
oh
have.
yeah, okay.
What was my response to the me raping
I'm
David?
fine with interrupting and
David, tell me
banter
my response to
and
that
jokes.
comment.
Okay, but just so we're clear, this is no official debate or discussion. This is just having fun, right? Otherwise, then there's no point. Okay?
Yeah, all debates are just for having fun.
Because you're wrong. That's fine. Okay, yeah.
What?
Okay,
So
I'm
anyway, Dutch David. Dutch
yes.
David. Dutch David.
American Genève, yes.
You might want to call me something else, but
Ukrainian Genève.
you might want to start with something with a Y, I guess. No, it works better when you have alliteration.
My point is that
Yugoslavian.
your view is
funnier.
oh, you're one of those.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so your point is perfectly consistent with your worldview on paper. I'm just saying, even if you want to just
Okay, so let's address the intuition.
even if you want to just chalk it up to a spectrum about caring a little or caring
Hey, why did you stop
caring a
sharing
lot.
the screen? I want to see your screen.
Yeah, I can do that. I can do that. But my point is that I don't care about your personal preferences or what you value as very important or not. The point is, on your view, relativism, you can never go beyond swapping views or preferences to absolutely or objectively wrong.
Why
If
do
you're
I need to?
if you're fine with biting the bullet, then I have no case, no argument. Then that's fine. That's cool.
Why would one
I'm
not?
just saying that pedophilia is not a light issue. It might be very high on your spectrum. It might be very high on your spectrum of things you might dislike. But you
More than
cannot.
dislike, I would fight against them, right?
Yeah, right. Oh, you're brave. You're brave. You're awesome. But you cannot point to a high and over.
Can we go back and talk more about how I'm awesome first?
Oh yeah. Okay. You wear awesome
Share your
glasses.
screen, Dutch David.
You live in New York and you're an IT hero. You're a
IT hero or anti-hero?
no,
IT hero.
IT, like like computer geek.
I'm not a computer geek.
Yes, you are. Bite that bullet.
Okay,
Caucasian
listen,
nigga.
Dutch David, listen to me. The point is, your only argument right now sounds like something like, I just have an intuition that there's something different. Because I really hate rape. Right. And I really...
Look, I'm saying that you're right. You are correct. You win this round. You're being consistent. I'm just saying you don't live your life like that.
I do live my life. What would I do differently?
You would say, well, I really dislike this, but I don't think it's objectively wrong.
Is there a round he hasn't won?
The only thing I mean...
Okay, I'm done. I'm fucking done. I'm fucking making mistakes in my poker game right now because of you guys. Because of you.
Run away, little boy. Wait, boy. Your mommy. Right under her blanket.
I gotta do the dishes, my nigga.
So Dutch David.
Yes.
Where were we?
I was trying to run
away. You're saying that I'm completely right and you're completely wrong.
Yes, but that's an analytic truth, right?
No. But listen, you were saying that you thought that my behavior is inconsistent with my worldview. So point out to me what you mean, because I don't actually understand. Because I'm comfortable with saying it is wrong to
if
torture
you're
babies.
a psychopath or sociopath, then
no, I'm comfortable saying it is wrong to torture babies.
Yeah, but
I just mean something different than what you think it needs to mean.
I understand this point.
Yeah. So
we're going in circles. I mean, even though you might be entertained.
What's the issue with that?
I'm not willing to make any more mistakes in my poker games because of this friendly bandler. I know where this leads. I know your account and why you hold the beliefs you hold. I know why I have my beliefs.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's all good.
No, but I think you have this sense that somehow the intuition is against that model, but I don't think that's actually accurate. My intuition is still that you could talk about things being wrong or right. You just can't mean something like they're wrong independent of our preferences.
Right. I mean, I can drive on the wrong side of the road and make a good
Yeah.
move in chess. Yes. It has nothing to do with morality, right? So.
Well, by definition, if morality implies that it has to do something with some kind of magical moral facts,
I think
it doesn't.
I think atheists would be just way more consistent if they would just bite the bullet and say, well, morality is just a noble lie, a helpful fiction. It doesn't really exist. We are a nominalist when it comes to morality. It doesn't exist, maybe in a relative sense, but
That is what we're saying.
well, if it doesn't exist, then why are you complaining? Or what is your point?
My point is that the model that I have of the world is sufficient to explain everything.
Well, I disagree.
So show me where.
Because I think on atheism it is that morality is a delusion. It is non-existent, which would not be
Again, I look.
correlating with the intuition that
I don't
people
care what
have
language you use.
that
I don't care what language you use.
that certain states of affairs have moral properties.
Look,
So-
I don't care what language you use. I'm fine with saying morality doesn't exist, and I'm fine with saying morality does exist.
Fine. Then all you have is
So
just.
it depends more about what it means to exist. I don't think the type of
Okay.
I don't think there are any facts in the world that about things that you're calling moral that exist independent of human minds. But I do think there's a meaningful distinction to talk about preferences that we have about other people's behavior versus preferences we have about our own behavior. It's a useful distinction. It's not a principled one, maybe, but it's a useful one.
I don't know what you mean because you're not talking about morality at all.
It doesn't matter. That's just a terminological issue. My point to you is
Good and bad are has to do with values. Right and wrong has to do with odds and prohibitions.
that's just begging the question, though. So I'm asking you a different question. Where do you see what's the issue with, why do you not want to accept my model? You think it's against some kind of intuition you have. What is that intuition?
Because on atheism, there's no humanism or relativism. There's just one big black hole. There's a.
What do you mean? I can still have a moral principle that I care about.
There's nothingness. There is no.
Now you're just
morality.
talking nonsense.
No. It does not exist at all.
That's fine. What's the issue with that?
So then, why are you talking about this topic if it doesn't exist? That's like talking about unicorns, right?
Well, what do you mean? If I started talking to you about square triangles existing, you would say to me, no, they don't, and you'd show me why.
No, I would say, what are you talking about? Shut the fuck up.
But I know what you're confusing. I understand your confusion, so I'm trying to help you.
Oh, thank you, Genevieve. Oh, I was so lost until
I'm just a kind man.
Oh.
I'm just a good. What's the Coen Brothers movie?
It is called in my country Barmhartige Samaritaan.
In my country, it's called something else.
Okay, that doesn't really clear things up.
No. So you're still not getting it, I don't think. Right?
I think that you know deep down you are wrong, and you need to.
Wrong about what? Though? I mean, I just don't.
Everything, man. You need to.
You seem to think that I can't be against. Oh, it was a serious man that I was thinking about. You seem to think that I can't be against rape or torture if I don't believe in your type of morality.
Look, you can be against it, just like you can not drive on the right side of the road in England, right?
Well, it's a little bit different. So let me point out to you why your intuition is that it's not satisfying when you compare it to driving on the wrong side of the road. We don't have an inherent value about which side of the road so much value. We only care about it because we care about accident.
Stop. You cannot use the term inherent if it is relevant. If it is a relative, right?
How did I use the term incorrectly? Let's evaluate the sentence.
I think you said inherent.
We don't inherently care. So let me explain what I mean by inherently care.
Which means objective in some sense.
No, it's not what I mean.
Yes.
I mean something
yes.
like whether someone drives on the left or right side, we don't actually care about on its own. We only care about it in such that.
So how are you talking about morality, right? Other than the examples I gave before about making a right
We
or
might
wrong chess
actually
move.
care about suffering directly, right? We would say
Why? Why though? Why?
we would just do. Like, I don't. The why could be
But that's
anything.
arbitrary. Back in the question.
Because God wrote his law in our hearts.
No. Not on his view. That's not. No.
I think there's many reasons. I don't think that the reason is relevant. It could be biological. It could be social.
That is not informative, Janive. That is not informative. You have to come with an argument.
Argument for what?
Your view.
What does this have to do with my view? What are you talking? Dutch David, focus. Come on. Stop
I'm-
being don't be childish.
I'm very confident with my view.
Now you're just being childish. You're not taking the conversation seriously. Let's focus. You were doing a good job before. Now you're just spewing words.
Thank you, man. I need a pat on the back and a gold star, and then I can proceed.
Uh-oh. The enforcer has joined. You're in trouble, David.
Oh snap! I'll take all of you on.
So David.
No.
David.
No.
Dutch David. Share your screen first of all. CK can help you. Share your screen. Second of all, again, what's the issue with my view? I could still be against certain things. I could still say I think they are wrong enough such that I'm going to fight to stop them. That our laws should stop them. I could do all those things. And you were making another type of mistake before where you were saying if I have this view, then the only reason we would punish someone is for preventative reasons. I don't think my view entails that. These other guys might, but I don't think that.
Yeah, I did not hear anything you were saying. I was just being sorry. I was being busy.
So I was saying a couple of things. One is I don't think my view has anything. But share your screen. I don't think my view has anything that prevents me from doing what I currently do or living my life the way I currently live. And it's in line with my intuition.
Can you guys hear me?
No, we can't. I don't. And second of all, I don't think that my view entails that you can't have punishment. I think you were making the argument that if my view entails that punishment can only make sense as a preventative measure under my view, and I don't think that's true either. Dutch David can't focus at all. He's run to his mommy again. Dutch David.
Look, little puta. I'm trying to focus, but I'm doing a few things at once.
Let CK help you. He can play the game for you. He's better than you at that anyway.
He's way better than I am in cash games, that's for sure.
Oh, this is not a cash game? You playing a tournament?
I'm playing a bunch of stuff, but...
Okay. Okay, so I think David basically conceded that we were completely right.
Yes, you're right about everything, yes.
We don't have much to talk about anymore. We'll continue this when you can focus, David.
But you need to shave more, bro.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to shave this week.
Are you giving up?
No, I mean, he's agreed that the argument is coherent. He just says it's against his intuitions, but he doesn't have the ability to focus right now, so there's not much more we could say.
I said that I'm up for a friendly banter.
Yeah, but you're not focusing. So, I mean, I don't mind continuing, but you're not responding.
Yeah, I'm kind of busy. Like, I don't mind listening in and having some jabs here and there, but I'm not going to...
Yeah, I'm not interested in the banter.
I'm not going to have a serious debate, and...
You're not a serious man.
No, not at all. I'm a fish? Oh, yes. I'm a donkey, too.
What does it mean to say someone is a fish? Kill the conversation, David. We should continue this at some point, David.
Sure, anytime.
So the two questions remain is you believe that the view is coherent, but you think it's not in line with your intuitions, and the other issue is you have this false view about punishment as it relates to my view.
Okay. Okay, buddy.
Oh, but then there's the third thing I wanted to finish with you is that YouTube video you sent. And whether what's whether the students should be prevented from protesting. Okay.
Nadi, you should quit smoking.
I believe not. You'd say, I know. There's a lot of things I should do.
Yeah. Oh, EF has been spotted.
Where did Jack go? I'm starting to think the Raindion is huge. Is Reyes. Nah, I don't actually think that.
Worldview, very simple question. In your worldview, can something be entirely true in the same sense at the same time and entirely false?
Yes and no.
Nope, it sure can't.
That seems to contradict the law of non-contradiction. Something cannot be true and not true at the same time in the same sense.
No, because the problem is you don't like my answers, so you're just going to try and avoid it. And I did tell you.
No, I do. Go ahead.
Is that what's going on in the other room?
Dave, I think you need to clarify that when you say you don't.
I don't know
accept
which room
law
that is.
absolute middle, you're not saying.
Do you guys want me to stream it into here or mute it myself?
You maybe post the link.
I can respond.
Huh?
Could you
Yeah,
post the link?
Yeah, but it's a YouTube video. It's not the.
Perfectly happy with the law of non-contradiction. Absolutely no problems with that. But when it comes to excluding middle,
I don't see why everybody is so attacking towards religion false. Like so aggressive.
I'm not
Right, but
what
what
are you talking
happens
about?
is when you say that, normally what pre-suppers will say is, oh, so then you're saying that it is true that something can be true.
It's
and
just that you
false
bored
at the same
everyone to
time.
death with your
That's
poker
meaningful
game,
to you, but you're not saying
ending a
that.
conversation
No,
prematurely. We're looking for a good fight.
Bayesian if it's
Well, Priorities. I have my own. I have my own spectrum, right? Of what I.
Poker again? Isn't gambling anti-Christian?
First of all, it's not gambling. It is a game of skill. I mean, I teach. I give lessons in poker.
Gambling doesn't mean that skill can't be involved.
Gambling is putting money.
Luck is part of it.
Gambling is putting money in either a slot machine or put it on black on red. When
I think gambling objectively means anything that involves chance.
Oh my goodness, are you? Well, you're not dumb, so I assume you're trolling.
I'm an externalist about gambling, and my belief is that the concept
what do you know about poker?
I know that you're not good at it. That's about it.
Okay, so that's okay.
I know it involves skill. I know it involves skill, but there is an element of luck in it. Would you agree or no?
Yes, very small element. That's why the recreational players keep coming back. Yes.
Yeah, and so the point is, therefore,
long term, I mean, just like in a soccer game, there can be luck, as in giving a wrong penalty or making a lucky goal. That's fine. But in the long term, if you know about the equity and the odds and the math,
one of the Christians is willing to interpret things as they are convenient for themselves.
No, not convenient. I'm stating facts.
No, clearly, you're wagering money on an event with uncertain outcome, which is the definition of gambling.
It's not uncertain, though.
It is uncertain. If there's any randomness, it is uncertain.
Can you play poker at a casino?
Sorry?
Can you play poker at a casino?
Well, I can in my country, but I don't. I just play online because I can play.
Isn't casinos about gambling?
Yes, I mean, casino win because
you are an abomination to the Christian religion.
Okay, casinos win because they take the rake, but the skilled player will always win in the end.
That's not the point.
They will beat the house and the other players.
That's not the point. You are breaking God's law.
My point is that poker is a skill game.
God's law.
Oh, fuck, you're trolling me.
Where does it say that it's against God's law to gamble?
Oh, you're good.
David is suppressing the truth and unrighteousness.
Yeah.
Well played.
It is in the Bible that gambling is a heathen sin.
Chapter and verse, please.
Chapter 15, verse 79.
I am not gambling, my good sir.
Chapter 15, verse 79, line 10.
I can't believe I just focus on this.
Timothy 6:10, Hebrews 13:5, Proverbs 13:11.
He's snapping his fingers. Oh my goodness.
Well, the gambling is done exclusively for the love of money, and the Bible clearly warns us against the love of money.
Why did you take that accent on? It feels to me that any given moment now there's going to be a collection plate passed around. That's what I feel right now.
Wealth gotten by vanity shall be diminished. He that gathers by labor shall increase.
Preach it, Reverend. Preach it.
Yes.
What's that got to do anything with gambling?
The heathen over here has been asking what? Does the love of money
it's the root of all evil.
Have to do with gambling?
Yeah. The love of money is the root of all evil. Why is the love of the money the root of all evil?
The heathen asking.
What's the very first commandment?
Because capitalism is evil.
What? Why? What is the very first commandment?
The word of the Lord. He that hastens to be rich has an evil eye, and considers
why
Christian.
Come on,
the root of all evil.
Christian is going to say that if you don't have God in the first place, but money is going to be an idol.
David,
right?
don't do that. Don't try and put words in my mouth. You've never met me before. Why is the love of money the root of all evil?
Because no man can serve two masters. For either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold on to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve
Why
God
is
and
the
Mammon.
root of evil, the love of money, the root of all evil?
But they will be rich.
What is the very first commandment? Let me help you with this.
For the love of money is the root of all evil. Timothy 6:10, my friend. Are you questioning the Bible?
Listen.
Are you
Preach on, Reverend. Preach on. Tell
Well,
it like it is.
let me
son.
go ahead and ignore this ignoramus.
Look at my words and look at Timothy 6:10, please. For the love of money is the root of all evil. And I quote.
There you go. You're done quoting to me because you don't know bullcrap about bullcrap. So let's go ahead and get it right out in the open, sir. Why is the love of money the root of all evil? Gambling's not in itself is not a sin.
Hold on. You asked me a
No,
question. My answer is
putting gambling before your family,
so, and it is written.
before God, before anything else, it's idolatry.
Is the root of
The
all
same
evil.
way that homosexuality is an idolatry. The same way that somebody who tries to say they're a transsexual is suffering from idolatry. No, idolatry is the problem, not money.
Well, all I'm telling you, all I'm saying I'd like to make 2 points. One is we're in agreement that David is committing idolatry. I think we're
Don't you blaspheme, sir.
I think we're in agreement that David here, in his heathen gambling ways, is being not what I would call a good Christian. We have agreement on that. Now, as to your second question, why is the love of money the root of all evil? I answer you because the Bible says so. And to me, that is sufficient.
I think he's ignoring you.
I'm done with him.
He's agreeing. He's with me. You mean ignore me? We both think you're a heathen, David. Christian, do you not agree that the gambling that David commits is a sin? Christian, you there? Look, David, I think we can all agree that you're committing idolatry and thereby sinning as a good Christian.
What happened to the accent? My health and wealth preacher?
David, I think we can all agree that you
I repent, and I will write you a check, okay? So you can have your big jet and preach the gospel. Is that cool? Is that cool?
I can accept that type of repentance. If I
We've
get
come to an
money.
agreement. Fair. So I'm not going to do 10 Hail Marys. I'm going to send you a big fat check, and we're cool, right? We're cool.
Yes.
Oh, yes, my brother.
Now, Christian, do you have a disagreement that it says in the Bible, for the love of money is the root of all evil? Is Christian disagreeing with me that that is words from the Bible?
It seems to me that he's just going to ignore you.
How would he ignore me?
Yeah, David, you can let him know that I put him on ignore. I'm not going to deal with that crap if he's not going to talk normally and have a conversation. I don't want to have nothing to do with it.
Okay, so he wants me to let you know that unless you drop the accent and the whole Health and Wealth Preacher Act, he's not going to talk to you. If you're going to go ahead and be yourself and have an argument, then he's willing to.
Seems like he just didn't want to hear the word of God.
Well, let's let him be the judge of that, I would say.
Sounds like we're all in agreement that for the love of the money is the root of all evil is the word of God. Does anyone here in this room disagree with that? Good. Then we're all in agreement.
So the love of money, but not money itself, is wrong. So because it places money on top and not God. And I think that's That's what Christian would say, and I would agree with.
The
And I would
love
say
of
that
money is the root of all
You're
evil.
absolutely right, David. The love of money is idolatry. That's what the Bible is talking about. That's why the first commandment is first. You know, thou shalt have no other gods before me. That's what the Bible says. Why does it say that? Because we tend to put anything else before God, ourselves being number one, and then money, sex, work, jobs, it don't matter.
Well, David, now, Christian, now you have a reasonable argument there. But I have a few questions to follow up with that. Number one, is all love of something else idolatry? That's question number one. Because
dude, that accent is just horrible. You need to drop it. Like, it makes me cringe so hard. Just stop it.
I like my preacher accent.
Oh, just don't.
Okay. It's hard. Once you start an accent, it's hard to go back.
Go with the flow, you gotta do it.
I hate going
Chew
back.
tobacco and ride the truck. That's what you gotta do.
I can't go back. So anyway, the question is...
I pictured you like having a really fat belly and sitting on a porch in a rocking chair saying that stuff.
Yeah.
Can't go back. Can't go back.
Can't go back. Let's go. So wait, so Christian Hillbilly. What I'm saying is, clearly the Lord is not telling.
My friend, he has you muted, I think, still. So you're talking to a wall. You're entertaining us, but he's not going. You're not coming through, I think. That's why I hate the whole muting business here.
Yeah, you could translate for me. He's saying that the only issue with the love of money is that
I won't be your hand puppet or your mouthpiece.
Well, why don't you?
Yes.
Haha, that was funny. I won't be your hand puppet.
So you see, you can't say that the only issue with the love of money is that it is it's idolatry, because then you could say, well, the love of women is idolatry. But clearly, when they say the love of money, they mean something greater than just mere love.
Yes, you can say that, right? But
so I think Hillbilly is wrong.
Women would not be the issue there, but the love of women above God. So
but it doesn't say love of money above God. It says the love of money is the root of all evil.
But you have to read on through. I think it's in 1 Timothy 6. So what follows from putting money on the first place is that they pierce themselves with a lot of iniquities and troubles, and so that's why it's wrong. Not only by definition, but also what it would entail. And I think the same goes for anything that you put on the first place if it's not God. That's the whole principle there, right?
Well,
I smite thee.
I think what Hillbilly wants to think is he can do whatever he wants to as long as he claims he's not putting it before God. He's not sinning.
I don't know. I don't want to put words in his mouth.
Not at all, Hal. Not at all. A sin is a sin. But one of the worst sins that we do, some of the first sins that we do, are idolatry, are idolatrous at their very core. The love of money is an example of that. That's an idolatrous type of sin.
I agree with you, Christian. I never disagree with that. I'm just saying that I think David is committing sin. Do you disagree with that? Ignoring me. He's putting ignoring me above God. Seems unfair. All you Christian hypocrites not following the word of the Lord.
Genevieve.
Yeah.
This reminds me of a very nice episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia,
Yeah.
where Charlie and Mac, there is this water stain in the back, and it looks like Mary, right? So
I saw that episode.
Oh, that is so beautiful, and it reminds me of this, right? So they're trying to make a quick, That's so funny. It reminds me exactly of this. Charlie in a suit, you know what I mean? Like, oh, God wants you to put off his shoes with a burning bush. So you know, it's a test.
But I am a little confused. Christian, seriously, I'll be serious now. No more jokes.
Okay.
Does Christian actually believe that gambling is a sin or not?
Well, I know the Bible very well, and
I'm not asking you, David, because you're gonna choose what's convenient for you.
Okay.
I'm curious what another interpretation is. Someone who doesn't gamble. I'm curious from an interpretation of someone who doesn't gamble as a living.
Okay, one sentence from me would be, playing poker is not gambling. It's a game of skill. Well,
I want to know what Christian Hillbilly's view is.
Okay.
Can you ask him?
What do you mean?
Ask him what his view is. Does he think gambling?
Yeah, but then I have
poker
to
is gambling.
Reiterate all your sentences and
just ask him if he thinks poker is gambling.
Look, if he has you on mute, right?
Yeah.
He's going to ignore my sentences that
Try
come
it.
from.
Just ask him if he thinks poker is gambling.
No, because it's a waste of my freaking time.
Because you're afraid to know the truth.
You can type it in the side chat. Type it in the side chat. Maybe he'll read you there. But don't push somebody else around.
Hey, don't tell me not to use David as a sock puppet. That's my moral.
He's asked you twice not to. He's asked you twice.
I'm willingly his mouthpiece, maybe.
Yeah, he's willingly my wifey. When he says no, he means yes.
Put to death, therefore, what is earthly in you: sexual immorality, impurity, passion, evil, desire, and covetousness, which is idolatry. Colossians 3:5.
So Christian,
1 Peter 4:3. For the time that is past suffices for doing what the Gentiles want to do, living in sensuality, passions, drunkenness, orgies, drinking parties, and lawless idolatry.
So Christian, are we in agreement?
There you go.
Christian, do you agree with me that gambling is a sin then? He agrees with me. I know he does, David. You're living a life of sin.
This is kind of awkward where one person is muted, so.
How do you know he muted me? Maybe he didn't. Maybe
Because
he's
he's not responding to you.
Yeah, but that could be good self-control. Maybe he hears me and just chooses to ignore it.
Well,
I mute my girlfriend when she yells at me.
Hal, can you ask Christian if he thinks gambling's a sin?
Respond.
Christian Hillbilly, do you think that playing poker is a sin?
It depends. Are you putting that before your family?
Clearly David is. He doesn't even have a family.
You bastard.
No, but seriously, David, do you want me to make a real argument against gambling, against poker? Do you want me to make a moral argument against poker?
If you're going to make an argument against poker, Genevieve, that's fine. I'm willing to go toe-to-toe. But if you're going to make an argument against gambling, then you are beating up a straw man, right?
Well, he has the intuition that it's gambling.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. I can just talk about poker.
That's fine. He can have an intuition, but then we would have to.
I can talk about poker.
We
Look,
could have.
you could be doing something in the world.
We could have to talk. We should talk about his definition of what gambling is. So.
Well, I already told you my definition of gambling.
And what is your definition of poker then?
I think it fits.
Because you already conceded that you didn't know much about poker, and if I were to talk to you about the math and equity and pot odds involved,
no. I think look, gambling is. Let me ask you: in poker, do you wage money on something? Do you wage money on an event with uncertain outcomes?
No, the outcome long term is certain.
No, it's probabilistic. That's not certain.
Okay. We have expected value, which is plus EV, plus expected value.
I agree with you. The expected value is positive if you're playing a certain way. I agree with that.
So it is not gambling. Look. If you're going to put money in a fruit machine.
Well, but the expected.
If you're going to put money in a slot machine or black and white in a casino, the house always wins, right? So that's
wait. Are you saying the crucial part? Is
I'm saying I'm not gambling.
Wait. Are you saying the crucial part to call something gambling is that the expected value has to be negative? That's a very odd definition of gambling.
My
So,
definition.
so the casino, huh?
My definition of gambling would be.
Sounds like you're just saying the expected value has to be negative for it to be considered gambling.
Right. If you're going to start a business, you're going to put in money with a, and you're
Okay,
going to.
I'll be honest with you. I don't really care about this argument.
We need to find out what God's definition of
fine.
gambling is.
Are you going to walk your dog, Janine?
I don't have a dog.
Are you going to walk your girlfriend?
I don't have a girlfriend. I'm
Yeah,
gay.
that's a lie.
I'm gay. I have a boyfriend.
You're gay for theism.
I'm gay for theism. No, seriously. David, look, there is an argument that I could make on moral grounds against
I
gambling.
destroyed you, and you're trying to switch to another topic. That's fine.
Yeah, you destroyed me. That's why you said you are correct about morality, but I have no arguments.
I'm correct. Yes.
Oh wait, so you think you were? So did you think there was an issue with my argument about?
Another topic. Let's not rehash
That's
old
what I
stuff.
thought. No, but seriously, look, think about what gambling is. Think about what gambling is. You're not producing any. You're not doing anything that's constructive to help other people while you're gambling. You're not producing a chair. You're not building anything.
Okay.
All you're doing is taking money from other people, right?
So if you're going to start a business or be a banker, right? Then you're going to invest time and energy, invest money to have a positive.
No. This was. I'm sorry. This wasn't an argument that it's gambling.
Usury is a sin too.
This wasn't an argument that it's gambling. It was an argument.
I totally understand. Not understanding that David's point is simply saying to start a business in a way is like a gamble. If you can't slow down and let somebody else speak, no wonder you're muted, buddy. I'll mute you too.
Who's this brilliant woman?
I'm Faith.
Faith, David and I are joking around. He knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know, but not all of us come in the room to hear you joke around, so I'm kind of tired of hearing it.
I mean, I don't know what to say. You're saying I'm not allowed to joke around with David when you're in the room?
I'm saying I might mute you too, like Hillbilly, just because I'm not in the mood. Like, do it with David on the side.
I did. David
See,
and I.
that's exactly what I was talking about.
David
Trying
and
to
I
have a
started
decent
separate room
conversation.
to talk.
You can't get nothing going with that jerk.
Hold on. There was another room. David and I started a second room, and everyone came into our room because they wanted to hear what we were saying.
I only come to his room, buddy. I don't know who you are, but you're annoying.
David, you see what you caused?
I'm so sorry, Genevieve.
Look, I was listening to David, but I was.
I can't get right.
David, I wasn't arguing about whether it's gambling or not. We're not. We've moved on from that argument.
Right.
Despite Faith's insistence that I'm not listening to you because.
What was the next argument, Genevieve?
Just that there is actually a view to say that doing something like playing poker doesn't really have a productive kind of value in society.
Oh, it does. It does.
Yeah, so tell me.
Because people who, just like professional chess players who are rich, they might give back to the community, right?
Economics.
Yeah, I don't understand what your point is.
That's
You're just
not a
saying that if it happens to be that rich people are more likely to take the money from the poor and give it to the back?
This goes for everybody who makes money, whether it be in banking or
That's not true.
estates. Not everybody who makes money is giving back to society. Or
No, you see, there's an argument in banking that you could say, well, it's necessary for the sake of creation of jobs. Whereas with gambling, there isn't that same argument, right? Like meaning like I need money. I need to be able to borrow money in order to build a business.
Fine. So, what is your worry, complaint, or argument?
Well, I don't really care about this that much. I'm being honest with you, but I do think there is, if you're looking at like kind of pure morality, there is arguments I've heard that seem reasonable to me. That somehow gambling is somewhat. I mean, I can give you the counter arguments I've given, but gambling is sort of unproductive. Meaning, if you had an ideal society, it wouldn't include people spending money on poker. Sorry, I shouldn't say gambling.
Yeah, David, you're a useless member of society.
Oh.
Yeah. Now, in reality, I think even big businesses are doing more harm than good. So I don't actually believe this argument.
Let me guess. I need to be a communist and...
Yes, exactly.
I'm not a communist. What does this have to do with communism?
Hey, Genevieve, why are you not a communist? Talk to hell.
Well, I'm talking to you now. And I'm talking to Faith. Faith likes me a lot. She thinks I'm very not annoying.
Faith has you muted.
No, I don't have you muted, but I'm still annoyed. Why are we talking about gambling? Like, gambling is a waste of time. It's unproductive. So it's just like the lottery.
I agree.
Like, I don't understand why this is a topic, man.
Oh, we were just trying to convince David of that very issue. David was saying that he doesn't think that it's a waste of time and that it's unproductive.
No, you're after Christian Hillbilly to ask him whether, like, you know, you're playing puppeteer, buddy. It's funny, but I don't understand. Like, what would it matter if gambling was a sin or not? How does that change? Is it on that list of all the things he listed? I feel, yeah, gambling fits in there. Oh, because you put it ahead of your family. Like, you're putting gambling. Gambling is most people that I know that are gamblers are addicted to just about everything. Alcohol, cigarettes, and gambling. They all go together hand in hand. They're all sins to me.
Oh, Faith, I mean,
and it has nothing to do with Christianity.
I was just trying to convince David, given that he's a good Christian, that something he's doing is wrong.
Well, I don't know David well enough to know how often he gambles. Maybe he did it to...
He does it all day, every day.
Well, then he's addicted, so maybe we should help him instead of attacking him. Wouldn't you ask him, can't you distract him into doing things like this so he's not gambling? Like, is there a way we could distract him?
Faith, I was trying to get him to stop playing poker as we were speaking to finish a conversation, and he refused. That's exactly what I was trying to do. I was trying to say, hey, David, can you stop the gambling, and can we finish?
But is it costing David money, or is he just playing like a card game? Like, does it cost money?
No, he's betting. He's betting all day long. He's doing this as we speak. David, share your screen so she can see that I'm not joking.
Yeah, well then the root of all evil, like I understand then your questioning, like money is the root of all evil. That I believe that, but I'm not standing on I don't know the Bible in the sense of saying that's what the Bible says. I'm just saying no, it makes no sense to gamble. It's pointless.
That's all I was trying to say to David. I was trying to point out to him that even other Christians that he respects, like Christian Hillbilly, have that view.
As opposed to you, Genevieve, I do have a conscience, and I think it's bad to troll Faith.
I'm not trolling her. I am trying to convince you that you're wrong about gambling. Where is that not real?
I'm pretty hard to control, David. Don't worry about that.
Faith, Genevieve is just messing around a little bit. He doesn't really...
Well, look, I don't care about it very deeply, but I do think you are. I think there's a moral reason why what you're doing could... There's an argument that I don't think it's a black and white thing, obviously. I don't believe in moral objectivity.
There is no morality on
that what you're doing is contradictory to your belief. Faith agrees with me.
Morality.
That it's irrelevant. It's in contradiction to your belief.
So, but then you have to borrow my worldview to say, David, you are not being consistent with your worldview.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I explained to you already that one, poker, as I'm playing it, is not gambling, and two, therefore I don't think it's immoral. You bastard, you. Therefore, I don't think it's immoral. So yeah.
Faith, do you agree with him?
He's a very good troll.
It's not. I don't feel like a puppet answering that question. I feel, I don't know. If you're going to put your energy into something, like, to me, that's like wasting time. That's like you're playing cards, and if you're using money to do that, and you have no family, and you're not hurting anyone, I don't think you're committing a crime, but I think you're wasting your time. You know, like, you could be doing a lot of things that are more productive.
That's how I feel. David, you're a smart guy. I think you could be contributing to society in a much more significant way than spending your time playing cards all day.
Okay. So, is there an ought somewhere?
Yeah, in my worldview, yes. I think that my preference is such that I would rather that smart people do something beneficial for society.
How do you know that I don't do that on the side already with the profit I make?
Well, if you do, you have a chance to correct us. But I don't think you're taking the best advantage of your abilities.
Right, like you're possibly twiddling your thumbs as you're being worth to society, you still choose that you like to twiddle your thumbs. I guess that I don't have, like, I guess that's none of my business if you want to do that. But in a moralistic point of view, maybe you're worth more than that. Like, you know, your value, you're just wasting it.
Yeah, I agree. Now, look, I do think, just to be clear, I don't think it would be better if you got some job, you know, working for Exxon and destroying the environment. You know, I'm not sure that Exxon does, but just giving you an example. There's, in some ways, it's better to do nothing than to do harm, right? But I do think there are better things you probably could be doing. Even if you're donating some of your earnings to charity.
Which I am.
No, that's kind of a different thing, because if he's donating anything that he's twiddling his thumbs with, that is productive.
Well, it's productive, but there's still something he could be doing that's more productive, right? He could be making money by doing something more productive and still donate that money to charity.
You could have another job.
Again, though, doesn't it come back to what you're asking Christian Hillbilly? Is money the root of all evil? Like, you know, is that the root of the issue, is money? Why do people, like, I'm Native, so, like, an inner philosophy is just like, you can't, like, when there's nothing left to eat, you can't eat money. So really, what is it useful for?
What does Native mean?
I'm Métis, I'm an Indian. So, like, to me, I don't value, like, money doesn't have the same value to me. I can't eat it and I can't use it for anything other than playing the capitalist game. So gambling and all those other things, buying a car, buying food and all those things, but I can also grow my own food. I don't drive, you know, I don't, the capitalist, the whole money thing, like, I have a lot of money, that's great, but I would never gamble it, and I've earned it, so I don't know, I can't eat it, so really I can't go anywhere with it. It's only here to play in the material world. Explain to me then, isn't all material kind of like it's not worth anything to me in the end. It's just money, and it doesn't have any value, like in the value of friendship or the value of family, the value of blood, the value of friendship. That's all something that's priceless. So money to me is irrelevant. I think it's the root of all evil, for sure. I hear Sugar's voice in the other room. Cool. Hillbilly, I hope your mom's feeling okay.
Yes, Miss Faith, as a matter of fact, she's doing much better. She got a lot of her cognitive skills back. Ooh, look at me using big words. But she's still not walking real well, so she probably will never be able to live by herself like she was. But, hey, she's alive, and she knows people, and she's still living, so that's good. There, you know, the difference between alive and in a bed as a vegetable and alive and in living, she's doing the living part.
I'm happy. That's good for you. My mom, too. All the cancer markers are down, and we're in the good, getting through the new year. So cheers to you. Thanks for all your support. And I didn't realize till recently that you were going through similar situations. So, yeah, awesome. I'm glad you guys are doing well. Strong.
Thank you, and I'm glad to hear that you've got some good news there, too. I'm still waiting on a couple more doctors to get back with me on some good news. I got some an aneurysm in my heart on the ascending aorta or something, and I'm waiting on that, and also I got to wait on some kind of test coming back on a mass they found in my lung. So, yeah, well, that's 2 up, down, and I got 2 more to go.
All right. Well, I'll be lighting candles for you. I don't know if it helps, but I certainly will be thinking of you. And it's just, yeah, like you've got such a strong mind, hopefully mind over matter, and you can heal from all of that. Sounds kind of scary. Do you know what it is in your lung? Like, it's not obviously not from cigarette smoking, but do you know what it is?
Well, no, they're not sure exactly what it is. It could be related to the pneumonia that I had a year ago, but it's almost a year and a half ago. That pneumonia put me in the hospital in intensive care for 6 days. So they could think it could be some scar tissue from that, but they also say it's, what is it called? Non-calcified cysts. So those things can turn cancerous on you pretty quick. So I told him, I said, well, if that's what they are, let's go ahead and get rid of those boogers. But you're right, attitude is, I'd have to say 80% of the game when you're trying to get well. I mean, if you go in with a bad attitude, chances are, you're not going to heal as fast or heal at all versus somebody who's got a positive attitude. And I know God's got a plan. I know you and I think differently on that kind of thing, and that's cool. But I know God's got a plan. He's got a plan for everything that happens, and I just got to try and figure out what it is.
I think that's also an interesting point, because I've heard stories where even doctors confirm that somebody just, even though they should have been dying, mentally they held on until they could have seen. Until they could have said goodbye from a family member, etc. So it seems that in certain events that the mind can control the body, as in have a positive effect on how somebody's curing or holding on.
Yeah. It's called a placebo effect.
What?
It's called a placebo.
Who's talking?
Me?
That was
Well, actually, it's not a placebo effect. A placebo effect would be given a sugar pill and being told it's medicine and it actually helping you. That's a placebo effect. What you're talking about there is actually just the desire to hang on, and some people just give up. And when you give up, you can give up the ghost, and you can surely die. My grandfather died from just giving up. I mean, my grandmother and my grandfather, they fought consistently for, I don't know, what was it, 58 years, almost 60 years or something like that. They were married. And when she died, he lived 8 months, and he just gave up. He was done. And 8 months later, he was dead. And it was just one of those things. In that 8 months, though, he had lived quite a bit. He got saved. He moved in with his son, my uncle. They sold the house. He got all his affairs in order, and he laid down and died. Now, if that's the way to go, I want to go that way. I just want to lay down and go on my sleep.
But Hillbilly, this would qualify as a placebo effect according to what we sort of know this sort of is, which is your belief or your certain state of mind helping your body to persevere or even recover.
It's just another way of saying there's a mind-body connection.
Yeah.
That the mind affects our health.
I would suggest you go look at the definition of placebo effect, and you'll find that it is actually the difference between giving a real drug and not.
Right, that's where they discovered. That's where they.
See, once again, you've got the person's ability to say, "Oh, the doctor gave me some medicine that's going to help me." Absolutely. Right. Versus somebody saying, "I'm hanging on until I get this stuff done."
Right, that's still your mind.
That's a totally different scenario.
That's a state of mind, right? That what we discovered. The correlation is that if you have a certain state of mind, i.e., you believe that you're getting well, you will actually get well because your body gets more, I don't know, hormones or something to allow your body to heal more effectively.
But Art, it doesn't really matter. That's just a terminological dispute. I think the point is there's good scientific reason to think that the mind affects the body. And this is just another example of that.
I agree. Sure. Right.
You would,
Cool. That all made sense on all spectrums. That made sense.
they will prove stuff as dualism, right?
What does that have to do with dualism?
That the mind can have an effect on
Well, first of all, here when we're
on the
using the
physical,
mind,
so it's not epiphenomenal.
no, I don't think the idea here is that we're talking about qualia when we say mind. It's more like your thinking can affect your health. That's really what we're saying. It has nothing to do with dualism versus monism.
But okay, but then you are conceding a few things, but that's fine.
Yeah, but what was your point about it? All we said so far is a
I
sort of
thought you were
scientific.
presupposing monism. Never mind. I'm gonna make food anyway, so good luck.
Go back to the kitchen where you belong, David.
I'll put my apron on, which name's Nibon.
David, what are you gonna cook? Just curious.
I'm not gonna cook anything. I had somebody cook for me, and I'm gonna heat it up. That's what I'm gonna do.
Of course you do.
It's aubergine, rice, and meatloaf. I think is the word in English, and fresh vegetables. So.
Well, enjoy. Nice pre-cooked pasta.
Thank you. I'll be right back.
I'm a big fan of that Greek dish, moussaka, or whatever, moussaka, that meatloaf and potatoes, cinnamon.
Mm. Hey, Christian Hillbilly, you might want to take a look. There's a website called Perfect Health Diet, and he does a very good scientific job at looking at things you could do food-wise that really help the types of conditions you were discussing.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I will take a look at it.
It's called perfecthealthdiet.com. It's the most scientific analysis of food and health that I've seen.
I'm a little bit overweight, like 20 pounds. If you don't mind, I'm going to take a look at that page too. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it can help lose weight, but it's not that kind of. It's not a diet that's geared towards. The primary goal is not to lose weight. It's more about pure health. You know, I think if you were skinny and you did this diet, you would gain weight, and if you're over your healthy weight, you'd lose weight. But I don't think that's the goal of the diet. Although there is a page on there that talks about how to modify it if the goal is to lose weight. But I don't, like I said, I don't think that's the main goal. The main goal, the guy he's a physicist. He's a very nice guy. He's a Christian, actually, by the way. You'll see he writes about Christianity on his site. But I think he was having a lot of medical issues, and it was the kind of medical issues that just going to the doctor don't solve. He was losing his memory, a lot of different types of things, and his wife has. I don't know if are you guys familiar with endometriosis? It's a type of it's an odd condition that women get.
Genevieve comes across as a very nice, caring person, but he's an atheist. I mean, I cannot compute. How does that work? I don't understand. What's going on here?
He has an open mind. I don't care if he calls himself an atheist.
Yeah, what does being an atheist have to do with?
Yeah, really, what does that matter?
What does it have to do with caring? I don't understand.
You bastard. He knows very well that I was making a joke, so.
Yeah, but still, it's worth clarifying. In fact, wouldn't it imply that given that I'm not afraid of hell and I still want to do good, isn't it a sign that I care more than you do, David?
I think that's just a sign of how your brain is wired due to evolution. You cannot help but feel
care about people.
Evolution is a lie, sir.
I don't think that's true.
I'm not saying it's true or false. I'm just working with this.
Wait, David, you don't believe in evolution also?
I'm agnostic.
Really?
I mean, I don't think it matters when it comes to the God debates. I don't think that if I were to grant every account you have on evolution, that therefore you have an argument against theism, because I can still say there's an agent behind the mechanisms and the processes. So, but that's a whole nother topic. So why are we coming? I'm not going to be dragged into this one. I just came on the mic to troll Geneve for like 30 seconds, so I'm gonna leave and eat my dinner. Be right
Go
back.
eat your meatloaf.
Thank you. Oh, you have a good memory.
Of course. I was talking about moussaka after you said that because I do like that dish. But I don't, I try not to eat meat. But I definitely, like I grew up in Dinosaur Park, so evolution, until I had a coma at 24, then I became agnostic because I don't think evolution answers everything for me.
Well, I don't think it's intended to answer all questions or something.
Right, it's an ongoing process, I guess, is what I look at it in science. I don't know, I just became agnostic and decided to stay there, which I feel idle, for about the last, I guess, 19 years.
Well, I just signed up for their newsletter, but I gotta go take the dog out or she's gonna have a big mess here for me, so I'll be back presently.
Cool, cool. Welcome, Jack. I heard and listened to you debate yesterday. Thought that was cool.
Did I debate yesterday? I don't even remember. Who did I debate or about what? I forgot.
I got you confused with my other YouTuber, another Canadian named Dex.
Oh.
And your voices are just similar, so I'm assuming, but I kind of like how you guys hold. I just classify you kind of like the same patience and tone level as Dex.
Oh, okay.
Are you also Canadian? Like I'm Canadian, I'm in Alberta, and Dex is in BC. I was just curious if you're Canadian.
No, I'm from New York.
Cool.
In fact, I just met Nadia yesterday.
Jack also goes by the name of Darwin's deity.
Yeah, this is a great room. It's the only one I attend, but like for about over a year. Yeah, I like this room, and you seem like you just fit right in. I thought you had been here for weeks, or just I haven't been around off and on for 6 months.
Well, apparently you're not in the majority in that view. We've apparently gotten a lot of antagonism from the regulars here about our presence. Although not
yeah, they take it with. They need to learn to take everything with a grain of salt. This is an open field, and Nadia, you have to be pretty harsh to be removed from the field. I don't think anyone from Nadia's position. I don't think Nadia removes anyone. That's the whole point of debating. We need different opinions, so we can't all be the same.
Although I did object to your reaction to New Faith. It was a sort of anti-sense of humor reaction, which I object to.
No, I know. I just woke up. I apologize. Like I had just woken up, and I was like, "What's going on?" So then I went in going, "Well, what's happening?" Like kind of thinking to myself, like, I don't know. I just thought it would change the energy, and it did. So I'm sure Hillbilly won't be muting you too often because, in a sense, you were just trying to talk, and
well, we were joking around. We were joking around a bit, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that, is all I would say.
Yeah, not at all. Hillbilly isn't one to be very, like, I don't think he, I don't know, he's not, he's factual, like, or for him, that's his facts. He knows his stuff. I enjoy him, but we disagree, especially when he says, evolution is a lie. I don't know what to say about that because I grew up in Dinosaur Park, and pretty much my whole childhood is a lie then.
What's
so
Dinosaur
that's hard. Park? Dinosaur Provincial Park. I grew like my father's a park ranger. I grew up like off grid.
Where is that? I just heard that name not long ago. Where is it?
Dinosaur Provincial Park is in Drumheller, Alberta. Like if you GPS it, kind of like how Google Earth does those weird things, like weird things from space. there's a thing called the Indian penny head that you can just type in Indian penny head or Indian penny in the Google search, and it'll bring up Dinosaur Park as a Google Earth thing, and you can zoom in, and that's where I grew up. It's a dinosaur deposit about an hour away from where I live now. I live in Lethbridge, Alberta, Canada. So about an hour north, hour and a half north, is the biggest deposit of dinosaurs in North America. So my house is filled with fossils. I wear fossils. I can't deny that. That, to me, that's real. But I also, because of my coma at 24, there's no explanation for why I'm still here. I should not have survived. So being called a miracle and stuff like that when I woke up, that was unsettling for me a bit, because I was like, why are we using all these religion words? And coming from off-grid parks into the school system, I felt indoctrinated, and I left school at an early age. I graduated finished my grade 12 courses at 16 and just left high school. And I'm just like outside the box kind of thing. I don't interact like normally. So I apologize to anyone. Like I'm short-tempered. I have lots of things because of my brain injury. So Nadia and other people in the community, they kind of handle. I certainly am not good on alcohol. Everyone here has helped me deal with that addiction. I can't imagine what I'd do if I was a gambler. So for now, I'm addicted to communicating. It's kind of what keeps me away from, irritation where people, you end up doing things because you don't know what to do. But no, this room and this type of environment is really healthy for me anyway. I don't know if anyone else uses it like that. But yeah, agnostic, because evolutionist until I was 24, and then I can't explain why I'm still here. So I don't like the word miracle, but something happened and I was not in control.
Well, I think most of my
Science didn't keep me alive.
Sorry.
If the doctors say you shouldn't be alive, if science says we don't know how you survived, then they don't know any more than I do.
I don't see what that has to do with evolution, right? Because evolution's just an attempted account of explaining how we got the diversification of species on Earth that we have. It has nothing to do with in what situations people can survive a coma or something.
Well, I'm just like atheist point of view. What is the anger towards Christianity or religion? Like, why are the atheists are, to me, is just extremely angry about something. I'm not angry about anything. I just don't know.
Well, I'm an atheist, and I'm not angry about Christianity, but I think that there's a lot of atheists that have a stereotype of what a Christian is, right? And their stereotype is like these extremely conservative, evangelical Christians, and then they think that, they're hijacking politics and stuff like that. So that's typically what they're angry about.
Okay, well, I agree. Like, some of the atheists that I've been around, just, basically, if you don't believe in evolution, you're an idiot. So I kind of agree with that. Like, to me, it's like hard as rock. It's a fossil. That's a fact. This is proof. But then I can't deny that. I can't deny, let's say, my grandmother for believing in that she saved me by praying.
Well, I think there's a lot of people that think they're intellectuals when they're not, and there's definitely a lot of atheists that are that way. So they think that, they're so intellectual and so obviously correct that, if you disagree with them, it must mean that you're an idiot. But I'll be right back.
Yeah, thanks. So sorry, guys, to the whole room. John was here late last night. Thanks for being offline with us. That was cool. So hope that wasn't too offensive. By the end of it, there really wasn't a subject at the end, John. So thanks for hanging out last night. And Art, it's always good to see you. Haven't crossed paths with you since the last time. So I was looking for you on Skype, but I couldn't figure out what the name was. So if you're interested, I'm still at Faithlessness if you want to reconnect.
Yeah, sorry. I lost my password to Skype and I can't recover it.
Because you don't write things down.
Yeah, I should do that. Yeah.
No, or you. Yeah, I don't know. Like a lot of. Yeah, I'm like that too. But I don't change passwords. So. Yeah, sorry I don't have you on Skype. If you make a new account, hunt me down.
Sure. You can count us. How have you been, actually, otherwise?
I've been sober, which is kind of like a different person. That's why I don't come around so often. I'm not really that fun. As you can tell, I walk into the room and I'm like, right away because it's early in the morning for me. So yeah, I quit and then I feel like I don't think it's a good decision. I think I should go back.
No.
But I don't have a babysitter, you know what I mean? Like if I have somebody coming from another province tomorrow to work on the house, and it's kind of, hopefully it'll be like helpful to have this person around me because they're recovering, they have to stay sober, so I'm just trying to, just like castles burning, find someone who's turning, and I'll turn myself around. I'm trying to surround myself with what I want to be, and then hopefully I'll just, assimilate rather than keep going back to my old ways.
Yeah, that's a good system. I think that could work.
Possibly, we'll see. I ran into William last night, so I've reconnected there. I still haven't heard back from Desert, but hopefully Desert contacts me and I'll get back on base. So I'm kind of over my dog gig. I still miss my dog, but got really, that was an emotional time for me. I shouldn't have been online.
William, you're talking about the Christian dude or the guy
with the girl icons.
Oh, the tattoo girl.
No, the two girls.
Yeah, that's tattoo. Yeah, that's the Russian pop band. Duo. Yeah, he loves them. It's all about us. It's all about us. That's one of the songs.
If you change the subject to something that's useful for Nadia's recording, that'd be great, Art. And hope you're doing well.
Yeah,
nice to meet you.
Yeah, we need some funny Christian. Oh, Hillbillies. Yeah, but there's no real good talk with him. I don't know. Do we have anything controversial to talk about, guys? Okay, guys. Holocaust. Yay or nay? I say nay.
I don't know. Keystone Pipeline, yay or nay?
What's the Keystone Pipeline?
It's a pipeline the Americans are trying to drill up through Canada, and it'll be up to Trudeau. Trudeau just publicly started to arrange the legalization of marijuana yesterday, so I'm excited about that.
Okay, here's an interesting sort of thing. Apparently, 30% of GOP voters are supporting bombing of Agrabah. I'm curious if anybody knows where Agrabah is. Yeah.
What type of bomb is that?
Just bombing, just carpet, just bombing them, basically.
Well, no. Okay, how can that be good?
That's the thing. So 30% of GOP voters, right? Right-wingers said, yeah, bomb Agrabah. The thing is, Agrabah is not an actual city. It's a city from Aladdin, Disney's Aladdin. So it doesn't actually exist.
Oh my God. Okay, so I kind of think it's like if it's a facade then.
No, basically it was a poll, right? So people were just walking to these, to other people and asking them, hey, are you supporting the bombing of Agrabah, right? The Agrabah sounds Arabic, Middle Eastern. And so, of course, what you have is right-wing, fundy, Republicans and Christians who would be, oh yeah, sure, bomb the Muslims, except that Agrabah doesn't actually exist.
Yeah, and they don't. I wouldn't have known. I guess I would. My first question would be like, where is that place? But yeah, Walt
That's
Disney.
what a reasonable person
Maybe you should bomb Walt Disney though.
right.
Disneyland should be bombed, maybe.
Yeah, bomb the Disney headquarters, where Agrabah is actually painted. Right? You see, you had the proper reaction of a rational person. You should ask, okay, where's Agrabah? What's the problem? Why are we supposed to bomb it, right? But no, most people just were like, yeah, sure, bomb it. Sounds Arabic, it's these Muslims, so let's go and bomb it. Yep. Well, anyway, I think I'm going to take off for a bit. There's some other hangout that I need to go.
Yeah, thanks, Art. I kind of smashed the room, and I don't know. I didn't
okay.
mean to. If I leave, the room will pick right back up. So I'll stay and then wait to see what happens. But yeah, I'll run into you soon. Merry Christmas and all that jazz.
Merry Christmas to you. Take care, guys.
Hal, do you have a topic that you'd like to bring up?
Oh no, I'm really bad at bringing up topics.
Okay, well, usually my energy would go towards environmental issues. Like I like to talk about climate changes and stuff like that. Not necessarily the global warming, but yeah, climate changing. I don't know, recycling, things like that. But I don't know. That's probably not going to be what everybody wants to do today. Okay, just for example, the amount of Christmas wrap and paper and boxing and all that stuff doesn't get recycled. Like to me, Christmas drives me crazy in the sense even that we grow trees just to cut them down at this time of year and they're sold for $40. It's just like, why are we still doing that when we have, like, there's artificial trees, you can draw one, you can decorate your tree that you have live outside, but people still have this, in their head that they have to have a tree. And it just kind of is, to me, a waste. Christmas, it's huge money. I can't imagine how much money is made just by even gift cards alone that probably won't get used. Or how do we waste so much? Like, I don't understand how people can sleep when we could have easily, even on the Christmas tree sales, could have fed or helped enough. We don't have the knowledge, we don't have the compassion to do that. Of course we do. We still just don't do it. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so I'm a person that thinks that the resources should be distributed more evenly amongst people and stuff like that. And I think that part of the environmental problem is that there's monetary incentive for corporations to do damaging stuff to the environment. Right? It costs money to do stuff in a way that's more helpful to the environment rather than damage it.
Yeah, exactly. Like why we would spend so much energy to damage things when we should, I don't know, we should or shouldn't, that kind of thing. But it's obvious that common sense would tell us to save as much resources as we can, especially for the winter. And this winter again, it's nice outside today. There's a little bit of snow on the ground, and someone down the street, okay, there's hardly any snow on the ground, and someone down the street right now is using a snowblower, which costs gasoline and is because I don't know, because they can't remove the snow by hand. They need gasoline. Like, can you hear that machine? It's a terrible sound. It's really high pitched. It's just, it makes no sense. Like, just shovel your sidewalk or let the sun melt it. Like, you don't really need to shovel at all. That's how nice of a summer, winter it is. We call it Indian summer because it should be 5 feet of snow, 10 feet of snow. We should be 30 below, and we're not.
Well, I don't really care how much snow's on my driveway, as long as my car can still make it through. And I didn't ever want to invest in a snowblower because they're expensive and I have nowhere to put it, and it's not very difficult to shovel the driveway anyway. It just seems like a waste of money.
Yeah, exactly. We're in agreement there for sure. I don't know. I try not to, like, I don't know, even the vehicles, like, whether it's diesel or what we're running on, but like my next neighbor has like 4 or 5 vehicles and a boat, and I don't know, it's just wasteful. I think we're just it just shows greed. I could do a video walking down my neighborhood, and it just, to me, it just shows greed.
Yeah, I'm poor, so I can't afford all those cars. I drive a 1997 Chevy Cavalier. And I wouldn't know what to do with like 5 cars or something.
Yeah, I'm overwhelmed with my LP collection, let alone machinery. But are you also Canadian? Like, do you have snow? Like,
I'm in Pennsylvania, and it snowed a little bit, but not very much.
Cool. Pennsylvania is kind of an interesting state.
Yeah, I'm on the like halfway up the state on the Ohio border. Like I'm 20 minutes from Youngstown, Ohio, and like an hour and 20 minutes west of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. But it's like a small town here, so there's not like a social scene, and they didn't really invest in sidewalks or there being a real median on the road and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm like in southern Alberta. It's a small town, but it has its social music, indie groups, and I like, this is where I was born and grow up, but it's also a place where, you know, how you kind of hate your hometown and you wish you were anywhere but your hometown. I get that feeling a lot too.
I liked it when I lived in Virginia Beach. There was like a lot of diversity there and stuff, so it was easy for me to find people I could identify with and stuff like that, which is difficult for me to do in a small town, but I can't afford to live there anymore. It's expensive. It's a lot more expensive living in Virginia Beach than it is in a small town.
Yeah, agreed. When I lived in Vancouver on the coast, that was really expensive, but I loved it because I was close to the ocean and stuff. Oh, that's a good topic. I should have thought about that with art. Damn it. Should remind me or whatever, but I would have wanted to bring up Fukushima. Does anyone have an opinion on Fukushima? Like that we're still leaking radiation into the water. There's a blue crab that was found in Alaska last week.
Well, I looked it up, and I found out that less people have died from, like, nuclear power tends to actually be safer than other means of producing power, despite the radiation and stuff.
Right, but the radiation is leaking into the ocean, and there's nothing filtering it. So this is, all our water is connected. So even on the west coast of Canada, things are washing up that are scaring the shit out of us. We won't eat anything from the ocean. The GMO have taken over farm salmon. Like, it's almost like you have to filter everything or boil it.
I still eat seafood and stuff like that. But what sucks is I can't get fresh seafood here because they have to freeze it to ship it here. That's another thing I miss about living on the East Coast.
Oh yeah, fresh seafood was my favorite.
But I think that I'm going to head out.
Cool. Thanks for hanging out, Hal. And I probably will. I don't know. I should drop so that the room picks up.
Okay. It was nice
I'm
talking to you.
Nice talking to you too, Hal. See you again.
Okay, see you.
Okay, Ding and Jack, you guys think you can, like the room will pick up if I drop, so hopefully you guys don't drop so that Nadia, like, do you know what I mean? Nadia is running 2 rooms. If there's room in the other one, you can hang out there, but you have the capability to just fill up this room. I'm always kind of a serious person, and usually, yeah, I push. I don't know, you know what I mean? It depends on, I could try to get a hold of the spook and bring in people in the room, but I'm going to shovel my sidewalk and go get some lunch, and I'll come back and hopefully you guys enjoy your day. I don't always log in and out, and it's just that I'm sober. If I was a little bit more laid back and stuff, maybe it would be more fun, but we're being recorded, and all that matters is that I'm working on sobriety, and I think things are going really well, so I wish everybody a happy holiday. I'll probably check in on the new year, and just wanted to make sure Nadia is at a location that's safe. So you guys can hold the room, and I don't know, I'm going to tell the spook maybe to come in. If he's painting or something, maybe he has something fun to bring up. Ciao for now.
What happened? Is this room still alive, or has Nadia started a new room, or what's going on? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, the other room sounds active, and Piro's in there, just so you guys know if you have or you want to take the chance to listen. I think we're offline. No, we're still live. So I'm just going to face my cam out the window. I'm going to, I just quickly shoveled, and I'm just going to keep my cam up so that we fill the docs. So kick me up.
Can you tell me? Can you give me a link to the other room or something? Or I just.
Yeah. Give me it's like I'm on a mobile and I'm multitasking. If you're on, Nadia's webpage, her YouTube channel.
Yeah.
There's 2 videos up now that are live. We are the room we're in now, just us. That's
Right.
117. The room that's about 3/4 full is 118. So just click on the Google Hangout link in the details on the 118.
Well, maybe I'm doing it wrong, but what happens is I get into a listening only access to it.
Oh, that's most likely because Nadia's not at her computer to touch and allow you in.
Oh.
Kind of thing, but try again because I just got in and Nadia didn't Nadia isn't there.
Okay, so you say it's room number, is it 118? I'm sorry, did I get that?
118. Yeah, and then you and I and the other person were in 117, so it's 118 that everybody's in right now. But this is still running live too, so I'm just going to keep my doc up.
Okay.
Cool, have fun. Or keep trying, don't give up, because it's nothing against you. It's probably just a feature glitch. I'll close my mic, and then as people come in here, at least there's something to look at. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. I just wanted to let you guys know it's 116, not 118, like I thought. She hasn't moved on to a new room. There's 3 people in the other room, and then Dionysus just came in here. Our icons don't show. Yeah, and if Ding tries, he'll go to 116. That room has only got 3 people in it too. Dionysus, your icon doesn't show from the YouTube, but that's because Nadia probably hasn't, like, visualized, like, she's multitasking. I see her in the 116. Here, her room's empty, but it's the same feed. So we're live in both places, and your voices can be heard. So if you talk, that's streaming out. Just not your icon. The only icon I can see from the outside is Jack and Nadia. So I'll try to message Nadia just to let her know that it's great when we can see the icons, but your voice can still be heard, Dionysus. I'm just going to put my camera and finish shoveling. So that's what I'm doing right now, and then going to grab lunch. So I'm just filling the dock. Hey, Christopher.
Hi, Pies. Hi, Pies. How many of you are there? Obviously more than two. What are you guys doing? I'm not putting dog food out for you. No, I put sunflower seeds, that's it. No more dog food. You guys are big. You're big like a cat. I'll try to show. I don't have my songs on. Hi, Pie. You guys are loud today. I have to clean my house, but someone's coming tonight, and then it's like a house, like a people that, I don't know what the company is called, but um, they'll come and clean everything. So we're boxing stuff up tonight, and it'll be nice to just have a hand, like just let things sit for 10 years. It's all dirty. So, yeah. It's a lot of work, I guess. My sister's really into owls right now, so, but that's my grandmother. So I'm glad I saved it. And the magpies are back. I wonder what they're doing. And the records all go today. These are all a great collection. So I'm going to donate that. Restring that. It's a 12 string. So it's in pretty good condition, so I'm not going to huck it. But it's been sitting in another room for like 10 years. So yeah, I have no idea what the magpies are doing. Sometimes they come right to the window and try to get in the house. Like they definitely would come in the house. So yeah, they're interesting birds, and at my new condo there's magpies and pigeons too. So having fun with that. I'm just gonna leave my. I don't know why I saved this poster, but I always have saved it. I think it's just that's how my mind always feels. I just would like to sit in a teepee like that, do nothing. Easy to keep clean. So yeah, yard work starts, and the tree. This tree needs to be pruned. That apple tree produces like tons of apples, so I'll eat organically off that. That ornamental cherry tree came out of nowhere. I have no idea how it got there, but I like it, so it's going to stay. This tree here that's right in front of you is going to go. So we'll chop that into firewood. And there's a bunch of, what do you call them, runners that aren't planted, they just run. And possibly that tree will come down, but that's probably as old as I am, so I don't know. I'm not one to cut a tree down for no reason. So that's what's going on here. And Nadia's not back yet, but just still going to keep. I don't know how much battery power I have. Not much left, so if I drop, it's just due to a battery. Just so, yeah, Chris, if you're listening or anything, on the other mobile piece, although who else is here? The one other person, Butt and Jack is still here. Our voices still flow through on the YouTube screen. So, where's my camera? Yeah, it just doesn't show our icon, so it just shows Jack. But you can hear our voices. So, Christopher, if I don't know if you had something you wanted to talk about, but your voices are heard. So we are live, so you are being recorded. So it's still cool to debate or talk. I don't know, and then anyone listening outside the box that hears this, please click on the link and come in anyway. Just because you can't see your icon doesn't mean your voice isn't here. So just an update. Okay, that's cool. But yeah, that's how it's rolling. So nice to see you, Christopher. Hope you're doing well. Merry Christmas.
Just so, yeah, Chris, if you're
There, see, it's delayed.
On the other mobile piece.
So that's the delay.
The one other person. Our voices still
Welcome
flow
back,
through
Buck.
on the
Just that's about a
YouTube
2.5 minute delay between there, delay, between what we're doing here and when it appears on YouTube. So I guess about a minute delay. So yeah, I just think it's fun. So I don't know what you're up to today, Chris, but yeah. But if there's so many technical difficulties today too, like my internet keeps coming on and off, but right now I'm holding steady. But I only have like 30% battery left, so hopefully Nadia gets back soon, or people can hear my voice on the thing, and maybe more people will come in. And who cares if your icon's not up, like on the YouTube channel? You're still here in voice, and that's recorded and broadcasting outwards.
Ow. So, how is everyone doing today?
I heard a voice. We're doing great. Nice to see you, Chris. And someone else. Cool.
I think that's G. Yeah, it's G.
Hi, G. Nice to see. Oh, there's someone else too. Great. The room is here for Nadia when she gets back. But yeah, our icons aren't showing, but our voices come through. So I've just figured that out now.
How's Nadia today? Like, earlier this week, she got, like, kicked out from a place.
She seemed to have a safe place last night to stay.
Okay.
And I think today, I assume right now, she's arranging for whatever, for the next, I don't know, like, must be really stressful, but she seems content. And she did a hangout from a few Starbucks location, another location last night. She looked like she slept comfortably. And
I'm not actually really sure where she is right now. I assume an appointment, I think, with a psychologist or someone. So I think she's just getting her ducks in a row to make sure she's okay for the night. I know that DPR Jones, or Magic Sandwich Show, that nice man, I know that it sounded like he was able to fund her help with getting a new apartment or something. He just needed to know how much and what day and stuff, and it looks like it's been quite supportive. So last night was fun.
Mm. Seems cool.
Yeah, Piro was in the room, and it was kind of like and that AJ energy. She sounds like a nice person. We were just basically more talking about like mental issues and like, you know, what's crazy, you know, in the creative world, and you know, who's crazy, or, you know, even to get properly diagnosed sometimes isn't that easy. So we were kind of talking like that, and then it went into an off-air room where I got the opportunity to talk with uh, that Magic Sandwich Show, and then administration showed back up. So that was nice to interact. I thought like I like being offline, but I think we're still being recorded now. So that's cool. I hope Nadia does return soon, but she left both rooms open for us to play around. I don't know what's happening in the other room, but when I do check it on like another device, I think the room is empty. I think most of us are in here just hanging out. So I'm going to message to Spook and see if he wants to come and paint in the other room or something, just to keep the rooms open. But our icons aren't showing, so from the YouTube, so it's still good.
Mm. Oh wow, that is friggin' funny. Faith, have you ever heard of a site called Natural News? It's freaking hilarious. Okay, now I'm not a Josh Feuerstein mode, I'm normal mode. Now I don't know if you ever heard of Josh Feuerstein too, because he has the camera like this on his mobile device, and it's just freaking annoying.
No, I've never heard of that person, but the word, like, you know, natural news, that sounds something I would want. Like, is that not like a homeopath? Like, what do you mean? Natural news?
It's more so a site that specializes in like pumping like false information, kind of like this one that this article is called "Sickening: Major Food Corporations Use Tissue from Boy Babies to Manufacture Flavor Additives in Processed Foods." Now, does this sound like something that would actually happen?
No, that sounds super creepy. I don't know, we do creepy things, but I've heard about, the feed issue. Why would we do that? You know, I don't know how. I don't know if that's true.
Well, I don't know if you believe that's true or not, because like a while ago you probably heard about like this little story where it was claims were being made that Planned Parenthood was selling baby fetus parts on the black market and shit. But that's not actually the case. It was a false story.
I believe that it's actually. Yeah. There's a lot of false information out. Natural News is the website if I want to find it.
Yeah, like type in on Google like natural news and or sickening, like the title of the article, which is "Sickening: Major Food Corporations Use Tissue from Boy Babies to Manufacture Flavor Additives in Processed Foods."
Okay, I'm looking that up right now. Thanks. How come that's crossing your mind today?
Huh? My day's been good, if that's what you were asking.
Yeah, you look like you're in a good mood. Christmas
Yes.
isn't overwhelming for you, or how do things go in your family? It goes kind of a little bit weird at our house.
Well, we're currently in the process of moving. Hey, Nadia.
Oh, hey, Nadia. Thanks. I'm trying to hold the room, or I don't know what we're doing, but we're invisible and still talking, so I don't know if you're going to put up the video. But yeah, I have no problem talking to myself. But Christopher and I have been here for a while, and we're just chilling. Hope your day went well. Christopher, will you be moving out of the state that you're in, or are you just
No,
moving?
I'm still going to be in the state. I'm just moving to a different part of the state, namely a different city.
Is it a good move for you, or is it kind of like something you're just because you're family, or is it more like for school, or is there
Family. I'm
cool.
going to have to transfer to another college.
Okay, what the hell happened?
I have
Go
no
ahead.
clue.
I don't know. We're trying to just stay here till you want to do whatever you want to do. We're not doing anything. We're just chilling.
Who is Buttseek?
I have no idea. No one
Not
has
sure.
mods in here.
He hasn't spoken, and he sound or her seems like there's technical difficulties. They've been logging in and out, but no harm, no foul, nothing going on.
Okay. Anyway. Yeah, that took a little bit longer than expected.
How did it go?
How do I go?
I thought
got some groceries.
maybe you went to an appointment.
I went to get a key for the apartment.
Oh, it seems like
Excellent.
Buttseek is a Christian. At least I think so, because he has like this little scripture verse from Psalms 14, verse 1. So, the fool said in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. They have committed abominable deeds. There is no one who goes good. Who does good, no. I don't know why I said that.
Okay.
Get my D's and G's mixed up.
Okay. Let's work on this.
Seems he only texts in like text. That's his way of communicating. Or her, I don't know.
Cool. Good for you, Christopher. I can't see the side chat, so if you feel like
No, like he has it like screen shared on his icon. You want eternal life?
I see now. I got it.
For me, no, I don't want eternal life because I want to live as long as possible. But to live for eternity in a state as yourself, at least, with all your memories, you will go mad at some point. A solution to this would be to like have a state where like someone can erase their memories and become like another being in a sense.
Oh, non-heaven, you won't go made. Are you trying to say God made? I don't want to be the guy who criticizes someone when they're like their ability to write, since I pronounce some words wrong sometimes. But like God, I think you're. Wait. Oh, you mean mad? Well, not in heaven. You won't go mad. How do you know that you won't go mad in this place that you presuppose exists without
Somebody
any
just show up, or
sort of evidence whatsoever?
yeah, it looks like things did not go well in my absence. It's a bit unfortunate. How long has everyone been waiting?
Possibly an hour or so. I just got in here like 20 minutes ago, I think, or 15 at least.
I'll have to ask what the hell happened.
I guess they migrated or something
Migrated.
to another hangout, possibly.
In other words, somebody
has.
vacuumed my. In other words, somebody vacuumed my hangout out. Yeah. Well, I can probably see pretty quickly just from subscriptions or whatever.
What is God's glory? Like, you have to define God's
Pretty
glory.
common tactic for people to basically just kind of see that I actually have an audience or whatever, and then vacuum mine out. Especially if I'm not watching to kick them out when I start posting links and whatever.
Well, there are other people with hangouts running, so I don't really take it personally. It's just something that happens.
No, I take it personal, all right. And yeah, they are attacking my hangout, trying to vacuum people out, but still.
The only one I can think of offhand who has a hangout running is M.
I don't need the names.
Do you not want me to say his name, or?
Probably best not to name anyone in particular. Yeah, I know exactly. I know exactly where he went. So.
So how are you?
I mean, yeah. I mean, they can torpedo my shit, and you know, I get their jollies. I guess copying or not even very well, and otherwise knocking me down.
Mm-hmm.
I might as well start 118. Yeah, actually, there's some kind of food fight going on. The obvious idea stealers hang out or whatever. So.
Yeah, Christian Hillbilly went to check on his wife and came and disconnected. The other two gentlemen, I don't know, someone went for meatloaf. And that's how the rest of the room just kind of went after. There was really no arguing.
I think that's a bit too disjointed of an account to really say much about anything. Okay, so there's 118 going, and
Cool. I can't see the side chat, but sorry, but I can. I'll find you guys if there's room.
Yeah, try and find the external chat or go to channel. I don't know if you have it posted on a comment or something.
Yeah, I pretty much got torpedoed, and well, I had to go out and get a freaking key and get groceries too.
Oh. So I haven't been able to come in for a couple of days because of issues. So are you okay currently?
I'm indoors for the moment.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, I'll see Faith. Fine, I see it. Recognize your profile picture. Yeah, everybody move over. Might as well.
Cool. So hope to catch you guys on the flip side. I'll try to catch the link from outside. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I Skyped you the link or whatever. So.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Nadia.
Okay.
A lot of extra work. Appreciate it. I got it.
You know about the red G that you can do now, where you can mass message everyone?
You used to be able to anyway, including circles. But move over to the new Hangout. This one's closing down very shortly. I don't. Who's got music going? Okay, G, you're picking up a lot of noise. And it's not just music; it's also static. So, okay. She shows up or whatever. Yeah, let's see exactly how big the overlap is. Actually, it's not as much as I thought. Okay. Yeah, I don't need these people. Well, anyway, I've got plenty I can do here, and I have no idea what the hell faith or whatever it is. And welcome, CK. Oh, I had a interesting conversation with the nomadic sage earlier. I think we were going over. I took up the torch of materialism, or at least limited materialism. He's doing, I think, more subjective idealism than, say, transcendental. What's that again? What was that again? I'm not sure I heard that. Yeah, I am having trouble understanding it, yes. Yeah, CK's, I got a good connection right now, and not that I can tell. Looks like it brings up a capital P. Okay, oh. Well, you could also just, do whatever in the chat window. Hangout plugin stats. They don't seem to be specifically audio. Okay, I like fresh ones in Skype, and I'll try messaging Faith on Google Plus as well. Oh, and welcome, Faith. Faith, I tried to invite you to the other one. Let me see if I can do it again.
Yeah, I think I grabbed the wrong link. I see your new one up. I can grab it. Thanks a lot. I'll be right there. Cool,
And
I got
welcome,
it.
Hal. Oh, whoops.
I'll be right in.
Oh, what kind of voting app? Like Rank Pairs or CSSD? And welcome, Faith. And whoops, I think I hit you again. There you are. Let's figure out the Hangout API. Oh dear. Well, anyway, I did a little bit of arguing for, I guess, materialism, but I don't have my heart so set on it. Oh, and welcome, Palm. Oh, is the wrong link going around? I guess. Yeah, Palm's not quite in yet. Okay, there he is. Okay, you gonna switch accounts again, or you want to go in on this one? Yeah, I don't know what that's about, but anyway, my sort of take on materialism's importance or whatever is for, well, I've been getting you kind of a, oh, welcome, Jim. Yeah, the new one's over there. Taking any kind of importance granted to what actually happens to my body. Like, it actually makes a difference when my body is hurt. Yes, I am my body. I see it as being a political significance and such. Didn't I post the link, or did I post the right one? Yeah, it looks like the right one. Oh, welcome back, Jim. I'll put the link again. And
I can't get into the other room. Blocked.
Oh no, who? What?
Yeah, it says somebody's got me blocked. I can't get in the other room.
Oh, that's a shame. Well.
Oh well, no biggie.
I can keep this one running.
I just can't believe somebody would block little old me.
Yeah, that happens.
It happens. Caca occurs.
Absolutely. Well, I've got a lot of that going on myself. All right, welcome everybody. I guess I don't know. I think it's maybe deemed a little, I don't know if it's quite the way everyone else interprets materialism.
Materialism.
Oh yes, yes. That's well, there is one substance, matter only and not spirit. Oh dear, that's hard.
That's a little high.
Yeah. And welcome, Justin. Well, I think the importance of it is that having any kind of importance given to our actual bodies. We are made out of something, and makes a big difference when that gets
what we're made out of is, benefited or disturbed. Like when people hurt our bodies, it actually hurts us, or vice versa. Uh-oh. Why does it intrigue you?
Intriguing.
Oh, for sure. Mm-hmm. Well, the fleshly effort. Go ahead.
Don't know yet. I was looking at this first.
Maybe, what they are.
I think it may have one of those here.
Flesh and such. I don't think it's terribly, say, interesting that. Oh, and welcome to Christianicus. Yep, we're just. What's that? Crackhead. Oh dear. Oh, I don't think that dimly of Calvinism per se. I said I don't think that dimly of Calvinism per se. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's see. You know what? There may not be a microwave. I don't think there actually is. Oh. Oh, your face is like that. I see. Right there. That's proof of eliminated materialism. Okay. Yeah. That's you. Okay. Yeah. Well, we've got a lot of transcendental idealism. Because I think most of the monisms end up being basically the same thing after you do enough cooking the books, or otherwise, well, enough semantics and that kind of adjustment.
Hmm.
May contain sulfites. All right, no milk or eggs. All right, it's actually not that good on iron. And all right, I think I'm getting most of my nutrition for the soy milk. Yeah. There we go. You made a video about Jeranism? What's Jeranism? What's Jeranism? Okay. He's a flat earth guy and an atheistic flat earther. How does that work? Okay, he believes in a creator God but doesn't claim to be atheist. How does that work? Absolutely. Just regarding the flat earth affairs in the Bible? Okay. Okay. Welcome, Jim. Okay, I think I got the conversation started over there. So, bear with me while I ready for some kind of cigarette smoking and the stairwell. I probably shouldn't smoke cigarettes in the stairwell. It's 5 freaking flights of stairs up and down. Okay, bear with me. So, I've got a question for you. It looks like you, I mean, you think it's really like more decision to quote unquote save someone or not?
I'm sorry?
It sounds like you think it's mostly the God's decision as to save someone or not. Is that right?
Well, God wants none to perish, but all to come to everlasting life. That's his desire. But he also wants us to exercise our free will to love him, because if we can't do that, then it's not really true love. It's not truly our own effort.
But isn't it like I don't know, I think you said at various points like, it's not you or whatever that saves somebody or something like that, but basically like the God deciding to call them or something. Is that right?
Well, yeah, in a way, because what happens is we spread the good news of the gospel, and depending on the person, they may hear it one time and accept Christ. They may hear it 15 times and then accept Christ. It all depends on how they interpreted what they heard. So when it comes right down to it, the Holy Spirit at that point will come in and lead them in what they need to do.
Okay. So a lot of it is, not sure if you're not 100% sure if that makes it, basically like God has the final say, or if whatever. It's kind of a consequential issue to me, because
Well,
yeah.
God has a final say in that he could have just said, no, I'm not going to send my son to die for you guys. Let us rot. He could have never created us, but he loved us enough to do that.
What is it, Esau?
Do what?
What is it, Esau or something?
I'm not sure. I need to go in the other room and grab my water.
Somebody was loved and Esau was hated, right? Okay. Which is this, Lilith? Yeah, those are in, what is it, extremely light Coptic text, what is it, I think it's like second or third Enoch, and it's only really a passing mention there. Go ahead. Yeah. No, it's not part of that either. It's way past the Septuagint. But I think the Ethiopian Tewahedo, whatever church, actually has it as part of their canon. Go ahead.
Don't you just hate it when you're looking for something? You know you've got it somewhere, but you can't find it. And then when you find it, it was right in front of you the whole darn time.
Yeah. Well, I think Wikipedia has a little bit on the dating and such as Enoch. Bear with me. Going back to that account. So, all right. So, yeah. I think the element of stuff is I don't know. Yeah, a lot more like the God is, really making the most of the real choice or something like that. Kind of has the final say.
Well, God always has the final say. There's no problem there.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite as big a stretch as you might think it is. Calvinism also doesn't say there's no free will.
Well, I'm not a Calvinist, so I wouldn't know. I do know this. That,
there are Calvinists who think that, but go ahead.
But that's that's their prerogative to think that. That's their free will to be able to say that.
Oh.
So anyway,
I'm very funny. Say that. I mean,
but no, the facts are that God wants none to perish. That shows right there that He could force everyone into His presence, but He doesn't do that. So He allows free will. In the Garden of Eden, He told Adam and Eve, He said, "Don't do this, for if you do, here's what's going to happen." Again, an example of the free will.
Romans 9:22.
And what does Romans 9:22 say?
Oh, the vessels of wrath are made for the day of destruction.
Yep. Some people will just refuse to do anything with that. And so they will head to destruction. And God knows that in advance. That doesn't mean He didn't allow them to make the choice.
Well, I mean,
how do I do this?
It's kind of a little bit of the point of view. I mean, it's like, I guess you're emphasizing more of like sort of the history of what they're doing as opposed to like the God's like purpose for them in the beginning and all.
Well, God has a purpose for everyone. Everybody's got a purpose.
Oh, the Pharaoh. Right. Okay. Had a purpose to, I don't know, whatever kind of glory for the gods, show His power, and whatever it is, be a trial for Moses, who knows what. But,
to show God's glory.
Pharaoh's, pretty much going to burn in hell, right? So that's kind of like the idea.
He chose that.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, kind of the same old deal where, he's gonna choose that, but at the same time, God had, some kind of plot for that. So, kind of a stress issue, but the whole Calvinist thing got brought up earlier. I think the Calvinists kind of looking from the point of view of the God of like the beginning of time. He had the plan laid out for every last soul that ever be and all that. You guys are kind of looking more like within a human lifetime and all that.
Do what?
The Arminians are looking more like within a human lifetime. And from the God's eye point of view at the beginning of creation.
I'm sorry, I'm still lost.
No, you guys are saying kind of the same thing, just different viewpoints.
Well, when it comes to God's plan, God's desire, like I said, He wants us to all have everlasting life. But once again, He's not going to force that on us. So I don't know any better way of explaining it than that.
Okay. Oh. Let's get off my back. I mean,
well, see, the thing is, Nadia, it's not. Okay. It may not be skin off your back now, but it will be at some point in the future.
Why do you think that?
Well, because at some point in the future, you're going to have to stand before the Creator of the universe and actually be judged for your sins. And you got no lawyer. You got yourself as a lawyer.
There's no creator of the universe. There is no creator of the universe.
Sure there is. That's quite obvious.
Well, I could say obviously there isn't, but I mean, what makes you think there is?
Well, there's evidence all around us. The fact that we live in a realm that is full of complexity and information. There's no way that information occurs by accident.
Why do you think that's evidence? What do you think evidence is?
Evidence? Well, let's see here. Evidence would be us talking about this. Evidence would be the medium in which we're talking about this. Evidence would be the fact that we have the ability to contemplate not only our own short lives, but a distance of time past. Also be able to contemplate the vastness of the universe and how complex it is. The multitude of systems that require other systems in order to exist. So you've got irreducible complexity. I mean, there's all kinds of evidence for a loving creator God.
Well, I wasn't really asking, like, you know, what you thought the particular things that served as evidence were, rather what you thought sort of the idea of something being evidence that something else was.
I don't know, what? I'm sorry. I don't get it.
Well, what do you think it means for something to be evidence of something?
To be visible, to be something that is pointing in a particular direction, something that validates a statement.
Well, I think of it a little bit differently. Might be where some of the question or difference lies.
So what would you look at evidence to be?
Well, I generally think of it as that, you know, they're facts largely derived from experience that you know, logically imply that some other thing must be the case. The thing that they are evidence of must be the case. And also, welcome, Palm.
Howdy, Palm.
Hey, Jim. I checked out your website, Jim.
Oh, cool. I'm still working on it. I got some more updates to make on it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, generally the kinds of things I take to be evidence are, you know, ones that are, well, what's the right way to put it? They're outside of yourself, in a way. They are, you know, things you can actually present.
Well, I would agree with that. Some of them are outside of ourselves.
Yeah. I think you take it to, I mean, things that are, you know, it might come from experience, but you wouldn't necessarily demand that they someone else.
Nadia, I think you're going too far away. Your mic's breaking up.
I think you would not really demand that they be able to be shown to someone else.
Well, if you can't show the evidence to somebody else, how do you know you have evidence? You only have speculation. That's not really evidence.
Okay, maybe you don't demand that then.
So I can tell you that the wind is blowing outside of my window, but you can't see that. If you're not looking out my window or have some way of judging that, you don't know that. But I can tell you that. But to have evidence for wind blowing outside my window, would you actually be able to see things blowing around in the wind, like leaves going down the alleyway back here? So that would be evidence. If all I said was not the wind's blowing outside my window, that's just speculation on my part, because I haven't proved it to you.
Well, I don't think it necessarily relies on it being proved. I think as far as it's often said, a body of facts indicating a proposition, right? I'd say I would hedge a bit on both of those. I would say the facts have to be extramental, outside mind, so to speak.
Okay, you're going to have to explain that one to me. What's extramental?
Oh, I was. It's outside of minds. Right, so it wouldn't just be like a feeling you have or whatever.
Well, that's what I was talking about just now with my example.
Yeah, and then as far as indicating, I'd say logically entails the conclusion, right? Just, you get to it by kind of a process of deduction or something on that order, right? So I don't think it's too controversial, but at the very least, it raises a little bit of a question. Because I think when these kinds of things go on, I mean, what you're talking about with what is it? The facts were here being evidence of a God, right?
Yep.
Okay. I think there is a little bit of a question of like.
A little bit of a question of what?
There's a little bit of a question as to, how that logically entails, there being a God and so on.
Well, when you look at our situation, that is, we are contingent beings living here on a planet that has a finite beginning and will have a finite end. Those right there are evidences of a great power that created everything that is. So by using the law of cause and effect, if you have something that is created something that's almost infinite, well, then you've got to have something that's all powerful and is infinite. If you've got something that created matter, you have to have something that's immaterial. If you've got something that created time, you've got something that needs to be outside of time to be the creator of that time. And if you've got something that is that powerful, that could speak all these things into existence, well, that's evidence of a loving creator God at that point. Then from there, you can go search out what you think would be the right God to look at. And the God of the Bible is the only one that makes sense of all the things that we see around us.
But Jim, can I ask one question? When you say outside, of time, like I mean, how do you imagine that being? Like this God is like outside of all of time. How do you, like, is he like frozen in space? Like,
No, no, you're taking a wrong perception of God. God's not frozen in space. God created space. So God is immaterial. He has no physicality to be limited by time and space. So because he is a spiritual being with no physicality, he is the creator of these things. He is not subject to his creation.
but how do you imagine, like, how do you imagine him spending his days? Like,
again, you're looking at it on a linear time frame where that's where we are. We look at things from beginning to end, just like a timeline. We used to do timelines in grade school when we were a kid, where something happened at the beginning of the timeline, it was over at this timeline. Well, that's not the way God sees things. God sees things eternally from beginning to end. He's the Alpha and the Omega. I don't exactly know how to express that because I don't know how that works. But I do know this. God is not on this linear line that we are. He created it, so he's not subject to it.
Well, my question though is, what is seeing if not something of a process contingent on time, right?
Now what? I didn't hear that.
What is seeing if not a process that's contingent on time?
Well, that's for us. But God himself sees, and that's the way I'm relating it, because that's how I know to relate it. God knows everything that's happened from beginning to end. Every little thing, every thought. So for us,
the trouble is
for us, seeing is on that linear time frame or timeline, but God is not on that linear timeline. He knows what's going to happen in the future, our future, because to him, he's looking right at it.
Well, what is seeing, or sorry, what is knowing if not another sort of process itself? I think there's a lot of questions come up here. I think.
You see, once again, I'm trying to relate something about the all-powerful creator of the universe that is totally unique, using my limited vocabulary, and we always come up short. There's no analogy that is perfect for God. So all I can do is tell you the best, with using the best abilities that I have at my disposal, that God is not subject to his creation. He created time. He created space. And so now it would be like me, if I created time and space, I'm holding it in my hand. Now, I'm not subject to it. Nothing's going to hurt me by it. And if I want to, I could throw it away. That's what God is. God is so powerful, he holds all time, space, and matter in the palm of his hand.
I suggest that the kind of description you're giving, well, something is so problematic that if it cannot actually describe anything successfully.
Well, how would you describe something that has nothing that is parallel to it?
Well, in effect, every description is based on something parallel to experience. I mean, for instance, every kind of word we use is defined in terms of some others unless it's what's called a semantic primitive, kind of like a properly basic belief, right? You unpack. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Right, but what I'm saying is using that technique, you're using something else that's in your experience to describe or relay the information about something else. We don't have that ability. It's like the Trinity. It's just like the Trinity. We don't have the ability to understand completely or relay something that is like the Trinity because there's nothing in our world that's like that.
Well, can I do it in slow motion now? Because I think, it's a little bit important to be clear. Okay, so, I mean, a lot of things will say, also you're echoing a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's me.
Yeah, a lot of things will say, like, one word is defined in terms of some others, right? And unpack it out from there. But we can only unfold that so far, and we end up with things that have to be at the root of all words. We call those, semantic primitives. And, well, there's no way to define those. So all we can do is kind of point to things and say, or gesture, something that's ultimately not verbal to try to communicate what those are. And we say, oh, well, these are connected by these resemblances. We point to them, and we say that's they mean, I guess, what we're pointing at, or making it some other kind of nonverbal kind of connection to. And from there, I think we end up in a situation where the idea of something that's totally unlike anything else is unable to even be spoken of.
I mean, he's already admitted that he doesn't have the words to describe this God. So,
Well, that's exactly right.
Right. So you being unable to describe this God doesn't mean that he's not there or whatever.
Well, exactly. Because we have nothing to compare it to.
It's just your limitation, not the God's
if
limitation.
you've got somebody who has never seen a refrigerator like that one that's behind Nadia, never seen anything remotely like it, they've got no way of describing that. So what they're going to do is they're going to try their best using their information, their experiences, and the vocabulary that they have available to them to express what that is. So God is in that same respect. There is nothing that we can use to compare to God. I can give you some attributes of God, but there is nothing that's going to be an exact parallel to God.
Well, I think we can be a little bit clearer, though. I mean, what we're saying, what I guess I'm saying is that if the thing it were indeed, as we were speaking of, then we wouldn't be able to really have a proper discussion of it. We could never actually, convey what this thing, unlike anything that we could ever, point at or otherwise, communicate by some nonverbal means. What would actually be, we could never actually carry out a description of the concept. So when we say this concept represents something like greater universe and such, I think we are in a bit of trouble. I think what you convey, or what you convey cannot will necessarily be unable to, I don't know, be connected to what's actually out there. I mean, let's say there's, these things in the world, and you have an idea that there's this, piece of the world, a thing in the world, or universe, or call it reality or something, that you could never know, you could never actually, like, point at it, or point at things like it, or, build up from there to connect to it. And you're carrying out a kind of idea of conveying anyway. So I mean, the sort of idea of a God that you're presenting cannot really ever represents something that's, you know, quote-unquote in reality that way. Yeah. Yeah. In a piece of reality that's disconnected from all others so radically. Right. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not understanding exactly what you're saying, but God is not disconnected from the reality that is around us. God is not disconnected from His creation. Matter of fact, He wants to be connected with each and every one of us, but He allows that. He wants us to use our free will. Howdy, Desert. How you doing? But see, what it comes down to is, even though I know these things and I can talk to you about these things, doesn't mean I'm going to give you a perfect representation of these things. God has nothing that we can actually compare Him to. The Trinity has nothing that we can actually compare it to.
Well, the things that we can't compare to other things, you know, we, instead of carrying out the comparison, saying, oh, well, this is like something else, right? We, you know, use nonverbal gesture, right? We basically point and say, that's blue, or
well, see, that's a problem. We don't have the ability to do that either with God.
Right.
There's
right.
nothing
That's what I'm
I can
pointing
point at. God is a singular entity, and there's nothing like Him. So I can give you God's attributes from what I know and my experiences here, but I can't point at something and say that is like God.
Well, the thing is, if you,
second, I need to move this fan. I'm getting cold.
people see what I'm driving at, though, and you, you know, conceive of something in that way, so disconnected from everything else. I mean, what kind of conception is that? That's the concept itself is, you know, lacking the fundamental grounding of, you know, the way we discuss anything with, you know, semantic primitives and all that, right?
I don't understand what you're talking about. There's nothing wrong with the ability to be able to talk to people about God and still not have something that's an exact parallel to God. The fact is because there's nothing that's parallel to God, nothing that's greater than God, nothing that we can say, yeah, this is exactly like God. No, because of that, we can look at God and know that He's in control of all things, because nothing is outside of His control.
Well, could I suggest that, I mean, it's not a matter of knowing, by the way, right? We have, you know, any kind of like discussion or reasoning and so on about, well, anything else of reality. I should probably say the reality instead of the world. You know, it's based on, well, the, you know, comparison to things we ultimately point at. I'm sorry, Jim, you're echoing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, they're based on things we ultimately point at, you know, experience and you know, communicate by gesture, right? This is to really have an idea. You know, we everything branches out from our quote unquote, if you want to call it that, experience the world that way, right? When the God is like, or the concept you're proposing, you know, call God, or any other concept, similarly architected, as you know, that kind of trouble being, you know, built up from, connected to, you know, the way our language grows out from the world, then I don't think we're having a discussion anymore. I think we're actually summing symbols together. I think we're lacking what a meaning would be, right? I mean, what is a meaning? What is an interpretation? Oh, what's the meaning? What if something means something? What does it mean?
Well, if you're talking about what does it mean, the meaning, while you're talking about God, the meaning is that we're able to see the attributes of God. We're able to see that God loves us. There's all these different things we can see about God, but there's nothing that parallels to God, because even though I might love God with all of my heart, I love my wife. But guess what? God's love is so much more. There's nothing we can compare it to.
Oh, what's an attribute?
What?
What is an attribute, though?
One of the attributes would be the fact that he is holy. Again, he's set apart. Another attribute would be that he would be totally perfect, totally just judge.
I didn't mean so much what are God's attributes, but what is sort of the idea of an attribute, you know, that you're saying we can know these things.
We can see some of God's attributes, yeah.
Well, what is an attribute? Like an attribute is a property, a characteristic. I mean, it's of the thing that's being described with it, right? And I mean, to say, I don't know, the sky is blue. You know, the blueness is an attribute of the sky, and I would establish it by, you know, the comparison to, you know, other things that are blue, like the things that are blue form like a common category, and we lump them together on the basis of, you know, a sort of way of apprehending the color. That's kind of what an attribute is, and right. So to say we could know attributes of something that's unlike anything else, you know, says that we know, well, things that are like it when it's unlike anything else, right?
We know certain things about it, absolutely. God himself is perfect because he created us and we broke his law. Now we are imperfect. We can know that. We can know that God, again, is immaterial because he created all matter. So again, when you think about what God is versus now what God does, God's perfect attributes on that side would be that he doesn't cheat, he doesn't steal, he doesn't commit adultery, he doesn't do anything that goes outside of his boundaries, the greatest laws that he could give. So once again, he's perfect in these aspects.
Also, welcome, Buster.
Hey there, Balthazar.
Yeah, I think we were.
Hey everyone.
I was delving into what at least might be called maybe apophatic theology, but I don't
got
know.
no idea what you call it.
Well, the conclusion of apophatic theology when considering these things would be that we aren't able to give like attributes of God or descriptions of what God is, right? But rather that because it's so unlike everything else, you know, all we can do is say that it's unlike these things. That, you know, it's we can only really say what the God isn't, right? Right, because in order to say what it is, we end up comparing it with things that are in the world that's so decidedly unlike, right? So. I think then, you know.
So what are you getting at, Nadia? What is? I don't understand. I haven't listened.
The presentation. Oh, the presentation of the concept gives you, well, a concept that can't really be meaningfully described or manipulated or established or whatever. So now you can't say, okay, well, yeah, we're going to carry out a grammatical construction with something that stands in for the idea of a God. Go ahead.
What do you mean by meaningful?
Well, meaning, you know, is some kind of like statement about the world. that it relates things of the world to each other, and it would a statement about the God would well, first presume that the God is part of the world in such a way, and also that could be comparing it to things that are in the world. So it's that kind of thing.
You have a different concept of meaning. I mean, for a believer, it is God that gives meaning. Without God, there is no meaning. I mean, it's just.
Well, I'd say you must be taking the God to be part of the world in that way.
Why should that imply part of the world? I mean, he is omnipresent, of course, but I mean, it gives more meaning than just pure survival in the physical world. I mean, that would be common ground that you will define everything as meaning. But in a religion, it's also not only Christianity. There is a greater meaning than just survive on this planet in the physical world. So that is the difference.
Well, okay. If you aren't surviving in the physical world,
I think it's more the difference between why and how. I think your meaning is more how, because you say how things relate to each other in this world. So that is a question on how. But you at the same time you deny the concept of purpose or meaning in that sense. That humans. How can you? You deny at one field, like you deny the concept of meaning just as semantic or purpose as semantic, and then you ask the question for meaning. I don't understand.
Well, I am. I guess. But I can do a little bit more. And as far as what say language involves, I mean that has a definite character, and what ends up happening with language is kind of well comparison between things of the world. Right? I laid out for instance.
Yeah, but it's more than that. What about preposition to?
I'm sorry?
The preposition to. To
is not a preposition.
I go to the gym to work out.
Oh, the preposition to. Okay.
Yeah. That's an intentional preposition. It's not. It's relationships between two actions, but it's more than that. It's we have also spatial preposition on and under, but we have also intentional preposition, and there is a reason for that.
Oh well, I mean, the intention is built into language as something of a model of well, partially mind, but also as a sort of tendency of emotion, maybe.
But don't a preposition like spatial on or under that describes it describes reality in the physical world, or spatial location that are realities.
Yeah, it's trying to describe.
Yeah. So
like,
all these
things like motion,
semantical.
position,
Yeah.
position.
Yeah. So all these semantical tools, they have correlation, but for you, like two, intention has no. It's only. Yeah, I don't know how you will describe it, but.
Well, the idea of intention is there, but it's perhaps ill-conceived. I mean, you know of Alvin Plantinga's evolutionary argument against naturalism? Right, where the mental processes that are formed from the evolutionary processes are not necessarily delivering someone the truth, right?
I don't agree with.
In a similar effect. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I don't agree with his argument, and I think also because I haven't. I haven't really looked into it, so it can be that I've just seen YouTube lectures on it. But to me, it seems not logical. But however, you said you were talking about mental and reason, but that is not the same as intention.
Yeah, I grab that. I'd say, I mean, the kind of thing going on here is that there are, I don't know, things built into us, from evolution or things like that, well, I think are like, in some respects, like the way we consciously model, I don't know, physics and chemistry, like they're trying to model like things.
Yeah, but the thing is that
aspects of the world. Go ahead.
Yeah, but if you then grant evolution, you also think there is no intention in evolution. I think if I grant evolution,
stronger. Go ahead.
No, but you don't grant the concept of intention in evolution
right.
either. So it has no, and that is, you can.
I'm still in the midst of describing that, the kinds of models of reality that come about, built into us in a way from these natural processes are not all entirely accurate, right? And intention is one of those kinds of models of, the reality that's used to, I don't know, I guess for us to get by or try to, survive and save the world. But I don't know if I can finish what I'm saying. The model is grossly defective, right?
But that is intention. I mean, survival is intention, and you are doing something now that is intentionally. You eat to. I don't know why, but there is an intention, a purpose why you eat now. You're hungry, or you. I don't know.
Well, it can't be because the intention and purposes models of these things is defective, right?
Yeah, but you say it's there's no intention behind it, so it's just like
Well, things that might be underlie what sort of mental model of intention and such are characteristics of say the destinations, emotions, and things like optimality properties, giving rise to emotions in particular directions that, well, don't have the magic that intention as such tries to impart on them. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, like I said, I have looked through this, the four causation of Aristotle, and I have moved a step forward now. So what is wrong? I don't know if it's philosophically, I guess not wrong, but what I don't agree with is the material cause, his first material cause. It doesn't make sense to me. So he gives, even the instrumental cause don't make sense to me anymore. So
instrumental cause? What's that?
Yeah, the example is a man building a sculpture, and the material cause is what kind of material he uses, marmor or some kind of stone. And instrumental is the tools he uses to accomplish this, or to build make the sculpture. But the thing is that these are connected as causes, and I don't think you can regard that as a cause. It's a totally wrong view looking at causes. The last cause, the telos cause, the fourth cause, intention or purpose or goal, that is real causation. The other things are just means nothing actually when it comes to cause. So it's like when if you paint a picture, so you can the painting would be the material, and let's say the pencil is the instrumental cause. But what does it mean, cause? These things don't cause anything. So, and they are irrelevant because they are interchangeable. So you can paint a picture. You can choose to use oil or acrylic, but that is, it has no causational power. It will only put some kind of restriction to the painting process. If you use oil, you have a lot of time because it dries slowly. If you use acrylic, you have to paint quick. It's like 10 minutes. So your technique, you will change your technique to accomplish the picture. Mm-hmm. But it's not the cause of the picture. And the same with a pencil. You can use a credit card, or you can use your finger to make a painting. It doesn't. You understand?
To get the idea, to get the idea that these things may or may not be causes. I mean, what do you even mean by cause, right?
Now, the only cause there is, in this example, is your intention here. It is your concept. So the material and the instrument just puts some kind of restrictions to you, but it's not causal.
Well,
I can paint. You cannot see the difference.
What is it to say that one thing causes another? And what kinds of things are we're discussing that causes, right? What are the things that are caused? What are the things that act as causes?
Yeah, and that is a
what are
very
causes and effects?
that is a very deep philosophical question, and I
have answers.
Don't know enough philosophy to. I guess there are written a lot about these different theories, but and I think your view, you have, for you see only instruments and matter, and that is somehow causal. It's a cause, but it's not cause for anything, actually.
Well, that's Not how I would describe what I see causality to be. Go ahead.
Yeah, but then you have to give me an example. Like in, I've got a good new example in nature. So you have some creatures living on is it mayflies or something? They live on the bottom of seas and rivers, and they make small compartments to protect themselves, like small houses, you know. Dependent where, so you can say, well, what is the material cause here? Well, if you see these houses, they are made of very small sand cones, you know. And then you will say, okay, so the sand cause is the sand corns, grains are a cause, and then you will follow back a causation line, and then you will say, yeah, and then you have, you know, other physical causes that made the sand, and so on and so on and so on, and you can go back in infinite, you know, or a chaos. But the thing is that if there is no in other waters or rivers where there are no stones, these same animals build this with wood. So they use this, and sometimes you can even find some pieces of newspaper and so on, you know. So it's irrelevant because it's it's interchangeable. So how can it has any causal power? Do you understand what I mean? So let's say if you put this animal in a tank with only let's say newspaper, it will build this house for itself with newspaper. So and not stone, and so you cannot go back, you know. If you also you tend to, not only you, but you tend to take this into infinite, and I mean it's just making things fuzzy. It doesn't bring any causation there. So you know, causes for newspapers, you don't get the same change of causation there. How did the newspaper was produced than stone?
Well, what do you think it means to say that one thing causes another? It's a trick there. What do you think it means to say that one thing causes another?
Yeah, you can.
What are the things?
Famous example of boiling water on the stove, and so you can ask, yeah, why does the water boil? And you will explain it with physics, like electricity, and how the molecules
What kind of things are causes, and what kind of things are effects? Right. What are those things?
Yeah, but at least you know so in this example with this is the reason why the water boils is not physical. It's because someone is making tea. That is the, you know.
Why would you say that isn't physical?
And she didn't. Let's say she had not an electrical oven, a gas oven. So then she would or the person who make the tea would bring it to boil with gas. I mean, it's
why do you say someone making tea isn't physical? Why would you say that someone making tea is not physical?
I didn't say it's not physical, but there are two answers to this question. And what is more meaningful? I mean, you cannot explain why the water boils by physics, because the reason why the water boils is because a lady is making tea and perhaps expecting someone to visit her, or you know, that is a causational power, not the you know, the physics behind it.
Yeah,
it's not
why do
such
you
a
think
good
that?
example because it's.
Why do you think the lady making tea isn't physical?
Why that is physical?
Why it's not physical?
I didn't say it's not physical. I just said that the reason why the water is boiling is not because of some physical let's say, yeah, you cannot explain it with physical laws. That is not the reason why it's boiling. You know, it's not so good example actually. It's a classic example, but it's not so good because you can.
Why do you think that's? Why do you think it's not a matter of physical laws?
No, it's not so good example. I prefer what I gave before because there you can see this that it's interchangeable. So, like with when you make a picture, you know, you can take a photograph. So it's irrelevant. The material cause and the instrumental cause has no causational power actually. Because I don't know if it's if one can state this in philosophical terms, but at least it is irrelevant what kind of material or what kind of instruments you use. The thing is that is the intention, you know. The intention is to
how?
Yeah, if you eat now, you have intention behind it, or it's not.
According to who?
Yeah, that's what I mean. You deny intention, and I think because because you haven't thought about it, you take it for granted because of this physical reductionism that has grown so into our thinking for 200 years.
I'm not a reductionist. I'm an
Are you not
eliminativist.
physical reductionist?
Yeah, I'm an eliminativist. Go ahead.
Okay, what is that?
I don't merely, go about reducing things. I also show that they are, incoherent ideas about the physical world.
Can you give an example, like so we can understand it a little bit?
What?
Can you give an example, a concrete example?
Well, intention would not be deemed to exist. So.
I'm thinking.
Is it genuinely intentional if you didn't intend to intend it? Okay, well, now regress, right?
Yeah, if you take evolutionary theory from a scientific perspective, if you grant that, it would be intention of intention. Yeah, intention growing out of intention all the way. That is the history of evolution.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not granted because you cannot operate. I mean, just to say there is some intention is like. So that's why I think abiogenesis is part of evolution because it's the same. It's this idea that if you copy a RNA, it's self-copying. It will then evolve somehow. And there is there is no scientific.
At the base of it. At the base of it, abiogenesis, right? Well, living organic matter arose from non-living organic matter, and well.
Yeah, but organic matter means nothing. Organic matter is just chemistry as long as it doesn't do anything.
No, everything's chemistry.
Yes. So why do you always say organic matter grows out of non-organic matter? Actually, I don't, because that makes actually no sense because you're defining it from our point of we know what the building blocks of life is.
Organic matter before and after, right?
Yeah.
Non-living organic matter was before.
Yeah, organic. That was the silly thing about this Uri Geller experiment. I mean, it it took the research field of abiogenesis 20 years back. This kind of thought that it was something special about the blood that came out because it was organic, there are organic material everywhere in the universe.
Well, what does organic mean? What organic means?
Organic is not only how it is composed, what kind of material, and also if it's polymer or what is called how the molecule is structured around carbon and hydrogen and oxygen. Yeah, but it's but when you say organic matter came out of non-organic matter, I don't think it makes so much.
Yeah. Oh, that is also the case. That came to being in the hearts of stars. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
the element carbon. The element carbon, right? Okay, for the hearts of stars.
Yeah, of course. All the little bit heavy thing was produced in the stars before it was laid on the earth.
Mm-hmm. Non-living organic matter.
Not laid on the earth, but I mean.
There is a well-accepted hypothesis, even though there's still maybe not terribly strongly evidence that reproduction preceded things like homeostasis, ingestion, excretion, metabolism, or for that matter, a definite physical boundary, right?
We
They were
see
naked self-replicating molecules, right?
Yeah, but we see a lot of reproduction outside the living world. I mean, if you take salt, it's a good crystals. They will grow and reproduce. Mm-hmm. If you have something, if you have one crystal and some physical, it gets crushed, then you have 1,000 salt crystal and they will grow, but. It's not life. I mean, it's not life. It's nothing. And like I said, I think what misses there is intention. I mean, it shows no.
We really mean things like viruses. We really mean things more like viruses and prions than salt or whatever.
A virus is interesting, of course, because. It cannot reproduce itself, but it has information, so it has intention. I mean, its intention is to reproduce its own information in other organisms by using other organisms. So this is.
I think at the point you're saying a virus's intentions.
Well, I'm not using.
At this point, we speak to the audience and say that the. Ascription of intention to things is becoming far too broad. Go ahead.
Yeah, by viruses, it's a little bit strange, but these are instructional information. So when it ends in a living cell, it will take over and reproduce itself.
Mm-hmm. And so,
but it cannot. It cannot. It has to have. It cannot reproduce alone. So it's like some kind of. I don't know how to define it. So you think virus? Yeah, that. I don't know. Could be intermediate state, but we don't. And the same with the RNA. I mean. They are not found in nature. These so-called RNA molecules, they are only produced in labs, and they have spent 10 years now trying to make an RNA strand that can fully reproduce, and they haven't done that yet. I mean, they have made some progress in the lab, but they are still they still don't have a RNA, and that is much simpler than a DNA that can reproduce itself.
Not really.
Yeah, if you have other evidence, then give me a link to where they have found a full circular reproduction or copying of RNA. My last knowledge about this is from 2013, I think, 14, and at that time, at least, there were no. But that doesn't solve anything. So then you have an organic molecule that reproduces, and then it shall then start to evolve. I mean, how do we know it will evolve? Why should it change information? Why should it start to change information and have or try to survive? Or I don't know how to explain that, but the theory is, of course, that they get into some kind of lipids,
How can it survive? How can it survive?
Yeah, that is how Sostak he explained it just like Darwin in this capitalistic view of competition. So listen to him when he describes this, and it's funny because he have a small smile on his mouth, you know, because if this problem is solved with when we have a RNA that is fully capable of copying itself, then we have to get it into a cell from fatty acids, and when we have more of these, they will start to compete with each other. So one will be more capable to copy itself than the other ones. Then you have competition, and that magically gives evolution. That's how it. But how do you know this will happen?
Will happen? Well, in some respects, it's just the dynamics of a self-replicating system and such.
Yeah, it never been shown, and they have worked for it like effectively 20 years now, but because of this stupid Uri Geller hypothesis, they could have had more years of useful experiments.
Oh, Nadia.
Yeah? Hello? Desert, is that you? Hello? Okay, well, I think, as of course, it logically follows that, well, the dynamics of reproduction and such are of that form. And there's not a moral endorsement or whatever. It's just.
I mean, like I said, if they manage to do this in the lab, get something RNA or DNA to self-replicate, and then see some change in information, well, then you have evolution. But this problem is far from solved. I mean, this is, and I'm not sure. I don't think they will. I don't think this will happen. I think the conclusion after another 50 years will be panspermia. So life came from someplace other in the universe. That will be their explanation.
How's that explanation?
No, it's a good explanation. I mean, scientifically, of course, you can have some of these magic molecules coming with some asteroids, and that will be the explanation when they cannot show this mechanism working in a lab here on Earth. You know.
Well,
And think about it. I mean,
Where did those come from?
they work with, they work with designed molecules. These molecules is nothing that they find in nature. They don't find this stuff.
Well, where did first living organic matter come from, or was living organic matter eternal?
You are just have a causation further back, and but it solved the problem, so we don't have to worry about this. Okay, so it came from another planet, and it will still be the same. There is life arrived out of non-life, so that will be the explanation. But I don't think they will show this with abiogenesis. I think that will fail.
I think there's something that's in like defiance of quote unquote the laws of physics about living organic matter.
Like I said, it's missing something, and I lack of a better word, I call it purpose or function, functional information, function. Everything that life involves, the simplest life form. Bacteria, when they show intention. They do this to that.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, in Darwin's time, it was very easy because one had the idea it was just some kind of slimy thing that was not life and non-life, and they just come together, and then you got life. But we know it's otherwise, and I think the more research, the more obvious it will become that this is not solvable. From a totally reductionist, materialist perspective.
So you think that the spirits or something are involved with life, and that it's up to well explain or figure out life without spirits going to work?
I mean, as a theist, of course, you have the head designer, the head planner, So it makes sense. And then also intelligence makes sense, because.
How does it make sense?
Because we don't see intelligence outside in the non-living world. There is no intelligence when the moon goes around the Earth. There's nothing. It doesn't have a purpose for doing that.
Intelligence seems to be lacking from a fair amount of the living world as well.
Baltazar, I would disagree with you on that. The moon does have a purpose. It was put there for a reason. And hello there, Magic Muffin.
Yeah, but I agree, Christian, Hillbilly. But
you just said the opposite, though.
No, the thing is, of course, it has but that is another view, because from an atheistic standpoint, it has no purpose, and it's the best, they will say it makes no sense, but I wouldn't. If you compare when it comes to life, we have to. We see a purpose, independent of if you are an atheist or a theist. But of course, the purpose of the universe was, we don't know the whole purpose, but we were for sure one of the reasons. and without the moon we couldn't exist. So that was designed. But it's not part of the argument I make about purpose compared to.
Well, exactly. That does show design of how our stellar bodies work. And, you know, it's really cool when you actually look at some of these stellar bodies, planets. Some are rotating one way and some are rotating a different way. Some of the moons are actually rotating. You'll have one moon rotating one way, another moon rotating another way. It's so cool, because if all it's just splintered off and it had this big bang, they should all be spinning the same way, but they don't do that.
It's amazing, but I mean, just from to make an argument out of this, I think it's interesting to see, like, I mean, here you can apply to physics and so on, but when it comes to life, like I said, you cannot just rule out. You cannot just you cannot explain life with the laws of physics. And I think it's obvious, also should be obvious for atheists.
Yeah, sure you can. I mean, are laws of physics how the world works or not? And they kind of are. And bear with me.
Yeah, like I said, the laws of physics explain the painting. You know, the painting and the instrument you use. Okay, the instrument is often a product of intelligence then. So, but it has no causational power. Like, you know.
The very idea of the laws of physics are, you know, those principles through which causality actually operates, right? I mean, you say, okay, well, here is a sort of primitive bit of causation. It has a few different types. So, as far as we can tell, the types are you know, strong nuclear, weak nuclear, electromagnetic, and gravity, right?
Yeah, and I mean, gravity we don't know how it works, but the other one we know a lot about. But I mean, so you cannot explain.
The laws of physics are the causal primitives. Right. They are the primitive mechanisms of causality, right?
Yeah, it explains.
If you said, okay, well, the causal primitives we might now know of are insufficient to deal with something. And all you've really shown is that we don't know quite all of what the causal primitives are, not that it's not composed of causal primitives or built up from causal primitives, right?
I think the difficulty is what does like you said, what does it mean to have causal power? What do we understand by that? Like I said, the painting, I don't think that has causal power, because you can change. It's interchangeable. Of course, you need some kind of matter, and you also need space to realize this non-physical concepts, you know, of a picture or something else. But it's not the. You know that there are material has different. They are interchangeable, and there is, I mean, there is no physical law to explain, like, why does an animal hide? You don't have a law for that. You don't have physical laws for, yeah. You can describe them by mathematics and so on. I mean, most life shapes in nature can be described perfectly with mathematics.
Oh, not really. And,
oh yeah, I think
language.
most.
It's kind of a language you use to describe things, but but like the end all be all. And who just joined? Welcome, Commando, by the way. No, I'd say we have some kind of sorry, we have some kind of bit of you know, trouble that if either sort of like the universe or whatever is principled or unprincipled and such, and beyond that also.
It could be also interesting to.
But if it's principled, it has the kind of breakdown into say primitive causal mechanisms, kind of like what I'm saying, and then you have that in effect. If you say something that's not explained by the whatever set of primitive causal mechanisms, that its solution is a new causal primitive somewhere, and that's pretty bad.
The next step of the argument, and people misrepresent me all the time and say it's intelligent design like Michael Behe or someone, and it has nothing to do with this. I don't. I think this idea of irreducible complexity, it's just not it just don't work. I mean, it's make no sense. But to make a point about intelligence, I would not use design, but is to define what intelligent means. And when you talk, when the usual usage of the word always imply an intelligent mind or a mental state produces it, some kind of higher intelligence, and that is understood by intelligent. But I think one could easily define it just as a system, a problem-solving system. And if you want to go with semantic, you can take artificial intelligence. So you have an attribute there, artificial, and the known is intelligence. So what is the meaning of this? If you have like say a stone cup or a water cup, the meaning, the core here is the known. It's not so the attribute doesn't change so much. But if you have two words like, let's say, racing car and personal car, and I don't know the name. Let's say racing car and a truck. Here the attribute means everything. You understand? Because that is the function there. So racing, it describes the function. Here the function is described by a attribute or an adjective. You know. But I think that is the problem.
Yeah. So, I mean, what does it tell you about anything? I mean, what is the prediction that makes about, I don't know, what's going to happen? Any future observation?
Yeah, the prediction has always been already been solved and I have been shown. And
what's the prediction? What's the prediction?
You can do if you go to James Shapiro, and he is still a working scientist, so he has a lot of students and doctorates that will take up his ideas and make do experiments, and there have been a lot of experiments. So you can build an experiment and see how this change in information come by. Is it a random process, some kind of random mutation that is then for every generation I missed the word now again, or is it because of the intelligence in the system. So if I would do an experiment, I've thought about this, that would be, I'm sure it doesn't work, but it's just a thought. If you take, you know, these cave fishes, they have no eyes, they are blind. They are just like other fishes, just they don't have the eye function, it's closed. So you can make an experiment, and that is perhaps possible. I don't know how, let's say if this process just take 5 years. So you take this kind of species, put them in a dark environment, and then follow how this how this change come about in the genome. Is it a mutation that is random, or is it not random, like some kind of epigenetic, you know, that
you would need
it
much
turns.
more than 5 years, and because what happens is these things are a loss of information. An open eye in a completely dark room or a completely dark cave would be a detriment. It will be a hindrance because you bump into things, you get that infected, you die. So
Yeah.
what happens is the ones with eyes will die off, and the ones without eyes would actually start to survive, and that's what happens. It is a loss of information.
Yeah, but for evolutionists, it doesn't matter if it's loss or increase. The evolutionary theory just talks about change, change in the genome. So from a scientific perspective, that is irrelevant. But what is relevant is this process of natural selection, where by accident, you know, some loses the eyesight and therefore have you know, they will have they will not use so much energy for the eye and become more yeah, have advantage, and then by you can follow this how this change will come by. But there can be a mechanism, I mean, that it takes in information, and the information is there is no use for these eyes. I mean, there's no light around, and the organism has an inbuilt intelligence that shuts off this part of the genome that produces the, or yeah. And I'm not sure if it gets totally lost. I think in this kind of what it's called, what was earlier called junk DNA. I'm not sure about this. I can be totally wrong, but I think its function can be to store, you know, just a place to lay aside information that at the moment is not needed, but can be needed later. I don't know. That is more assumption, yeah. But that you have this kind of, you know, so if it's
Remember that there's no such thing as junk DNA.
Yeah,
There's
and that was a
DNA that we don't know what it does yet. The fact that there is so much extra information in the genetic code is again proof of a loving Creator God.
And I think to be fair to the intelligent design movement, that was actually a prediction they made. They talked about the junk DNA. They didn't regard it as junk DNA, and this was laid out. I don't know who did it, but one of this one of the proponents of the idea laid it down in a book, and later they found out this was not junk. So that is the only prediction that really that have come true. So they have made one prediction to be, if one are objective about it. Doesn't mean that they're
Actually, they made a number of predictions, Baltazar. That is just one of the number of predictions that they made.
Yeah, but that's the only one I know of that is come true. But that is a fact. That is really I mean, they are very proud of this one example. But the thing is that they think then about, at least they think about evolution not just as random processes, but in functional processes, functional information and intelligence processes. Doesn't make their theory right, but I mean.
How's the process intelligent?
Yeah, James Shapiro, he's my. That's where I.
What kind of things are the object of intelligence?
Yeah, he has difficulties to, of course, to explain this. So he takes the chance to use this. He's not a part of an intelligent design movement, but he's brave enough to use it. He has called it natural intelligent design, and now he calls it in the immune system natural genetic engineering. So he's pointing out that the body, like the immune system, are in the business of now. They are working with they are engineering the DNA for a purpose, for a function. So when you have a bacterial attack, it will then splice and so on the DNA to get a shape or that can handle the bacterials. Also, if it's a novel one, so they will produce novel shapes to protect us from all kind of bugs and viruses and so on. And I think that is an intelligent system, and it's not random.
Well, what is intelligent? Again, what kind of things are eligible to be called intelligent? What is the sort of category of things that intelligence describes?
Something that can solve a problem.
Okay. Well, what kind of things do you deem to be solving problems?
Yeah, if you build a house and you build it a way that.
No, I mean, what kind of doers of various actions do you deem to be doing something you would call solving a problem, right? I mean, what does that? What kind of things do you say to do that? It's just.
Yeah, it is actively acting upon the environment to find a solution. I mean, when it comes to from a scientific evolutionary perspective, it's survival. I mean, but that is, it is a joke because evolution don't work actually without purpose. Okay, I use purpose or function, but it's the same. Telos, and today they use teleonomy because that's that's
What
the
makes you think it doesn't work without it? What makes you think it doesn't work without it? I mean, what makes you think it doesn't work without it?
Sorry,
and actually, what kind of intention or purpose is had by things that are excuse me, I was actually still.
Sorry.
Yeah. So what kinds of things are able to have intention and purpose? I mean, these intentions and purposes are. Basically fundamentally characteristics of mind, so to speak, as they're, conceived by, general folk of the world and such.
Yeah.
So when you say something has a purpose, you say it's, there's some kind of mind is driving that thing, whether within it or somewhere without it, right? Or somewhere outside it, right?
I always repeat this, and it never comes true. I'm not talking about a mind here, but so you take the simplest organism, a bacteria, and that has an intelligent system. in many ways. So they
Well,
are like
how's something intelligent without a mind? How is intelligence anything but a characteristic of mind?
that what I told you. We have to disconnect this from this idea that it has to have a mind. And Aristotle did that 2,000 years ago when he was talking about causation. I don't agree with the first causations from him, but he was not talking about a mind. He was just explaining the causal power there, and that was telos. So,
what respect does that represent anything like causal power?
Yeah, it's a function, purpose. So, if you see bacterial, so they are counting each other. They have found out recently. They are counting their numbers. It's amazing. They have some. They do it with some specific molecules, and they are counting each other. And there is a reason why, because they have to count each other to know that they are many enough to launch an effective attack against something. That is intelligence to me. So you can find it in, let's say, take artificial intelligence. I have the only two computer games I really played was Age of Empire and Heroes. I still sometimes play Heroes. It's a fantastic, the best game ever. And there you have, I can remember in Age of Empire, the artificial intelligence. I mean, that was how the enemy was programmed was not very intelligent, because the enemy was attacking pretty randomly. You know, like it could be even if they were just very not many enough to successfully beat you, they would just attack. So there was something in this artificial intelligence there that was poorly programmed, in my opinion. But in Heroes, I can be wrong.
What do you mean by randomly?
Yeah.
What do you mean by randomly? What's random mean?
Yeah. So you make a program. So like Age of Empire. So you have two systems building up, and you have a time scale, and the faster you can build up your resources, you have then an advantage over the computer. The computer. It's only made. Time is a component then, and then the computer just sends troops against you, hoping that it has worked faster than you. That is then the level. But in a more intelligent program, you will have the computer, before it launches an attack, it will gain information about how many troops do you have. That is a measure of intelligence. So it's taking up information and acting upon this information intelligently. So when you play hero, if you have an enemy there, it will not attack you if their troops are not stronger than yours.
But you kind
That's what bacterial does. So
yeah, but you kind of
if you can't call it random, you can call it random. You don't see random.
But you're saying something circular here, because you say intelligence is behaving intelligently. Okay, well, you've going about what is behaving intelligently, right?
But if you say that is an intelligent solution, what does that mean? Does it mean are you pointing to it is a brain behind it, or are you pointing to the effectiveness of this system to solve problems, or the problem you had? If you have some an artificial intelligence and
well, solving problems breaks it in half. You can say at least what is a problem and what is solving it. Right. Oh, can you hear me? Or
yeah, no, I just I just think that is meaningful to. I mean, the intelligent design movement. They are also not implying some kind of spirit there, actually. But of course, that's their core intention. That is, you know.
Design is nothing more than the argument from design. These things in the world were designed. The world was designed, and of course, designed by a god, right? So, that's all design is.
My argument when it comes to design, if you want to point to intelligence, is to point out the difference between a structure where intelligence is intrinsic and a structure where intelligence is not intrinsic.
Well, there you go. Of course, that, oh, well, there's all this intention and purpose, and then at the end of the game, the mind of God was the intender. The mind of God was that which intended and had purpose for everything, right? So
I repeatedly said this is not a theological argument in that sense. It's just
okay. So a little more than a prelude one.
You know, so you can ask yourself if you have a pile of leaves, you know, in autumn. So what caused this pile of leaves? You can ask yourself. What would your answer be?
Leaves falling into a pile, gravity.
Gravity.
Okay. Sorry?
Gravity.
Forces of the wind, all that. I don't know.
You didn't have a need to have gravity for, yeah, of course, gravity, but yeah. So
No,
that is the
way.
explanation. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, okay. I would say the wind, but the reason I take this example is there are two. You can have two kinds of. It can either be the wind or it can be a human raking it together. So, and there is, if a human, if it's a product of human intelligence, you know, a pile raked together in a garden or something, there is nothing you cannot find an intrinsic intelligence in the structure of this pile. So it would be not different than, you know, if it was made from the wind. But then you have in nature all living entities, or you have also products like bird's nest. You can see, you can read out of the structure intrinsic intelligence, and because it has a function. You cannot read the function. You cannot read the function out of a pile of leaf.
What is the function? It does intelligently because.
Why do you ask this? Every child knows why a bird builds a nest. Everyone knows this.
Yeah.
And everyone knows
so
why
you say it's done intelligently, then I highly suspect your idea of what a function is that it's circularly built upon your idea of and so on, right?
Yeah, and that's where it's important to disconnect causes. And like I said, no, I would disconnect all these causes of Aristotle, except the fourth cause. So because the material cause and the instrumental cause is interchangeable. So, like I said, you can you know take this
Also, welcome, Jonas, by the way.
So you see a change of causes, you know, a chaos system, but you are actually you know, this matter has no causational power because it's interchangeable. So you can paint with oil, you can paint with acrylic.
I don't. Well, I don't see you know, some kind of mystery behind these things, and you know, your whole kind of placeholder for mystery and Welcome
Yeah.
back, Jonas.
I see a mystery.
You're a placeholder for mystery. Mine.
Yeah.
Mines don't look mysterious to me. So.
Yeah, you call it mystery. I would call it uniqueness, and I said that before. I would, if I could have the option between destroying a galaxy, or if it was one cockroach in the universe, only one, I would have no thoughts about saving the one cockroach and destroying a galaxy. It wouldn't be a thought worth. I would do it at once. So that is a mystery I see in a cockroach. Because it has intention. It's different.
Because it has intention. Does it really have intention? Does a cockroach have intention?
Yeah, it does intentional things. Of course, it works on gravity and all kind of chemistry, and of course, it must be built from all I mean, there are physical laws that is the material cause here. I don't want to call it cause, but but
usually the four causes are the formal, the material, the efficient, and the final.
Yeah. So, but I think it's wrong, perhaps, to say it leads to a wrong conception to call a material cause. Call it a cause, but like I said, I have not studied philosophy enough to know if I say something very stupid. But intuitively, I would say because the material, and the instrument is irrelevant. It's interchangeable. So,
material
like I
and
said,
the instrument are interchangeable.
Yeah, at least I can build an analogy for this. I could take an example from nature, or I could take an example from painting a picture. It's easier for me because my vocabulary is not that big. So if you paint a picture, you can paint it with oil or you can paint it with acrylic. These two, the matter that you use is interchangeable. The only thing that the matter does here, it will put restriction on your working process. Because acrylic dries faster than an oil, and also the instrument is irrelevant. It's interchangeable. You can use a pen or a pencil. Now what is called? I forgot that word too. But you can use your finger or you can use another tool. You can still
a paintbrush.
A paintbrush, of course. That I don't remember this anymore. But these are interchangeable. It will make some difference in how you realize your project or your concept. But they are not causal.
Well, and we have Jonas here, a Muslim. So Jonas, what do you think of intelligent design?
This is not. Sorry, not. I don't want you to identify my thoughts on this with intelligent design, because then people think about the intelligent design movement. And yesterday I was thrown out because I tried to make this point, and after I was kicked out, two people talked about me and having this, knowing my argument, putting in Michael B. and so on, and I've many times said I don't grant these ideas. So.
Well, I think Jonas is pretty much on board with intelligent design. Jonas, you're all for it, aren't you?
Very much. There are some things that I disagree with the classical intelligent design argument, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Balthasar. Jonas is totally behind you.
Yeah, I'm not concerned who is behind me or not. I just don't want to that people identify when I talk about this with at once with the intelligent movement, or like Jonas said, this classical design movement. If you I'm very close to, if it comes to, it would be in evolutionary theory, it would be James Shapiro. Dennis Noble is also a guy who have similar thoughts, but not not about, but they take totally frontal attack on neon Darwinism, you know.
What is Darwinism? Evolution left Darwin behind a long time ago.
Yeah, now Darwin was more right than Francis Crick, in a sense.
Well, anyway, the main idea is, I don't know, that, you know, this kind of like purpose-filled universe and such is, well, not purpose-filled, purpose-driven, and so on. It's not the way reality works, and has absolutely no actual statement to make and you know, what happens because of what. I mean,
when you say
even though they kind of like look backward and say, well, we kind of just presume this, so you know, it was because of that. Then looking forward, you pretty much have no better kinds of quote unquote predictions from random. You know, in the true sense of you know, worse than rolling a die, but you know, radioactive decay. Go ahead.
You say purpose-filled universe. I just pointing to when observation of life on this planet. Okay, so I don't know why you say purpose-filled, but I think the interesting is when you take it from there to morals, because you can go around I mean, you can think about, no, there is no purpose, there's no function, and so on. But when you come to moral, this becomes very important, because I believe in objective moral. I have changed my view actually on this now, a little bit about objectivity there. But this is something you cannot live you cannot live an intellectual, consistent life and denying there is something like objective moral.
Okay, why not?
Because you know, if you're not a psychopath and so on, you will know that you know, if you do someone real harm, that there's something about it, and you cannot, you know, if someone rape your sister, you can say, you know, we have a lot of moral relativists here in the room talking about it. I don't grant them that they will have this armchair philosophy view on it. If their sister are raped, and they say, yeah, but it's actually subjective or relative. So I think they are inconsistent. So they are having a philosophy that are inconsistent with the life they are living, and I don't think that is honest.
Well, what do you think inconsistency is? I mean, it's not a very specific doctrine, so.
One should try to live consistent with the thoughts or the perspective one have on life, I think.
Well, you think it's just about perspective. So.
But I watched this show with Ozymandias on Helena Handbasket, and I was really impressed about his view on objective morals, and I actually agree with that. He has a very good solution for this problem. So you can actually, it's not the Sam Harris approach. So I would say there are objective morals, and you do not need, you can also come to objective morals without human independent source. Which
could I ask you?
Sorry, yeah.
Could I ask you, if I may, because this is a question that I've been struggling with myself. And one of the reasons that I struggle with it is because I do not understand what people mean when they talk about objective morality. So I wonder if you would be kind enough to help me with your explanation of what objective morality means. And let me help you in this regard, just very briefly. Morality, it seems to me, is the way we deal with other human beings, sometimes also animals. I'll include that, but it's an interaction between human beings, and therefore this may seem a somewhat simplistic view to you. If there are no human beings around, then morality has no meaning or sense. Now, if you are talking about objective morality, then it seems to me that you're talking about something that either exists extant human existence, or you are saying that rather than objective morality, you are referring to an absolute morality. Does that help in answering my question?
Yeah.
Well,
If I can reply, but please listen then. Don't think you have to rebut me. Because I'm a theist.
I'm not thinking that at all. It's a genuine question. I am not trying to catch you out.
Yeah, I will give you a genuine answer. So the best thing to do is to go on Helena Handbasket's site, because where Ozzy is explaining his view about objective morals, and where I have changed my view is that you can have objective, because the trick is that everything that we regard as objective is in fact subjective, because all facts about the world is actually a subjective interpretation. So in that regard, you can really say that you have an objective standard. My problem before, and I've changed my view now, was that I concentrated objective could only mean human independent, freed, disconnected from human self-interest, and I couldn't see. Yeah.
Intelligent species.
So I'm sorry. I paused to interrupt you, but are we singing from the same hymn sheet, so to speak? That your idea of objective morality and my idea of objective morality, whether you've changed yours or not, but yours was that there was some sort of idea of morality floating in the ether, whether humans were there to perceive it or not. Is that an accurate reflection of your position?
As a theist, of course, as a theist, I would go to scriptures and revealed moral knowledge. But I don't disagree. I mean, what was interesting with Ozzy's explanation is that it changed my definition of what objective is. So I grant, I don't grant Sam Harris, because you put a purpose and then you can use science to see how we get to that purpose, that is objective.
Don't worry about.
I didn't grant that, but no, I grant it because
don't worry about addressing Sam Harris. Tell me what Ozzy said that made you change your mind.
Yeah, because we think about when we talk about the thing is that everything that we know about the world, the reality, is subjective. I mean, it's there is no real objectivity behind it.
I would disagree
Like
with that.
science, you know, science also rely on subjective observations. And
Well, this is actually where I'd like to pick up a point, and I don't want to get too off topic, but I think that there is a certain objectivity about science. That is to say that you and I, under the same circumstances, standing at the same point with the same mass, object, or whatever, and with the same clock, you and I together would be able to measure the constant G. Okay. Now, and not just you and me. All sorts of other people could do that. So in that regard, I would say that there is a degree of objectivity about science. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, of course.
Are we in agreement about that?
Yeah, we are in agreement actually about science. I 100% also the what is good moral. But when you said that, so science. So you have observation from subjective observation, but if they correlate, you know, they how to say are the same, then it becomes objective. It's like an experiment, you know. You have you make many experiments because they could be subjective because of humans, you know. But if they
absolutely, that is the crude and basic point that I am making.
Yeah, yes. And you can say the same of moral because
no.
Yes, you can say the same about moral. So we have the same, not correlate, but it's also subjective. But all facts about the world is subjective. But I
think that where we have a disagreement, I'm terribly sorry if it appears that I'm cutting through you, but you know I like to cut to the chase. It appears that we agree so far as objectivity in science is concerned, but you seem to be extending that to morality. Now, that may be where we have our issue, because I don't think that there is such a thing as objective morality. And again, please, I am not defending Sam Harris's point, but you are defending Ozzy's point. So again, just so we're clear, explain what he said that made you think, well, I don't know what position he took actually.
Yeah,
but
I'm very poor to articulate this, but I will try, but it will be a very simple and poor
No, it's okay, that's fine.
Example. So when you talked about, so science is objective, but the truth is that every fact that we observe are subjective. You know, it's sense experience, so they are subjective. But if we find agreement about all these subjective collected facts, and we can, of course, in science it's a little bit different because we can build up, you know, laws and so, or put up theories. But if these are in agreement, it arises to objectivity, and it's the same with the moral. We can observe that we actually have the same moral sentiments, subjective moral sentiment, and that makes it objective.
Okay, and there.
So you can explain it by evolution. You know,
no. I think that, 1 second. 1 second. I think that we have identified where we perhaps disagree, because I do not think that there is such a thing as objective morality. I'm aware that, and this is why I keep on saying don't refer to Sam Harris, because I haven't completely read his book. I think I've only read the first chapter, in fact. But I tend to disagree with what he's saying about objective morality, and I'm not entirely sure that what Ozzy was saying is any different from the view that I may hold. That is to say, that if the majority of people hold a particular view about a particular moral issue, we can say that that then becomes objective. I'm not saying that that's what he said, and you may not have got it right. And please, I'm not in any way criticizing the fact that you're speaking in what is clearly a second language for you, and you're doing it incredibly well. So I'm not going to take nuance points and semantic points or whatever. But I still struggle to understand what either you, what Ozzy, or anyone else in the conversation would describe as, in fact, just one will do, one objective moral standard. And by objective, I mean it exists extant human beings. Is a one that you would like to suggest, or anyone else in the conversation would like to suggest?
Yeah, the standard would be, it could be flourishing or health, you know, so that would be the standard. I mean,
But does that, in your definition, mean it is objective? When we're talking, and I said I would try not to use semantics, but perhaps it's my view of objective, or my understanding of the term objective, which is different to yours, and maybe that's something that we can discuss. Yeah.
I think we can objective objective is then how to get there, but we are learning, you know, with increasing knowledge, what we think today is the best way to achieve human flourishing or health can be totally wrong, because, you know, it's like science. There can be new information and we make new discoveries.
You seem to be arguing very well the point that I am making, that there is no such thing as an objective morality.
No.
So, if you think that we're not in agreement, then tell me as best you can, and I don't mean that in a patronizing way. Tell me as best you can why you think that you and I differ in our view about whether there is such a thing as an objective morality,
Before
or any one objective moral value.
Before I only could see make sense of that objective means independent of human mind or human interest, but the fact of the matter is that everything we observe about reality is in fact subjective. Everything. So then we also have to throw out science, because
now hang on a second, because now we're in a position where you're accepting there is no such thing as objectivity, that everything that we observe is subjective. Yes.
Yeah, but we
if that is the case, how can you say there is anything objective about morality?
Okay, so if everyone on the planet, you know, if you see the sun comes up, this is your subjective experience. You observe it, and it's totally subjective. This, you know, but if every human on the planet sees the sun rises, then there is objectivity behind it. It's not just, you know.
Well, I kind of agree with you. I'll give you that to an extent, but of course, we all see it at different times. And what I thought was very interesting recently, when Tom Peake went into the International Space Station, I realized that they were flying around, I think 5 miles. Is it 5 miles a second or something like that? They get 15 sunrises every day, every 24 hours. I don't know if you can count days when you're in the International Space Station, but you know what I mean. So seeing a sunrise isn't isn't something that I would consider to be objectively true. I would see it to be an objective fact that the Earth rotates around the Sun.
Wait,
that is an objective truth.
Have you just said it's more plausible to believe that the Earth is a ball than you empirically seeing the sunrise? Is that what you've just said?
No, and I don't see how you can possibly have perceived that.
That's what it sounded like to me.
That interpretation. What I'm saying is what I think is objectively true. The Earth orbits the Sun, and because of its rotation, we get sunrises and we get sunsets, and they of course change by virtue of the orbit around the Sun. That is an objective truth, and I think that it's one of the scientific truths that anyone with the ability to make these measurements would agree on. That's what I'm talking about when I say there is an objective truth. Now, I think also that would take place whether we were existed on the planet or not. But when you talk about objective morality, you're talking about a totally different subject. And I do not think that you can apply the same sort of ideas to science, measurable scientific measurements, to moral measurements. And if you think you can, I'd be very, very pleased to hear from you. But just finally, very, very quickly, someone yesterday or the day before was talking to me about the trolley problem, the fireman's dilemma, those were the two that I put forward. He was talking about a different issue, and he put it forward as if this was something that there was an objective answer to it. And the two counter examples I gave, I think showed that there wasn't. But even the example he gave, if you think there is such a thing as an objective moral standard or objective morals, I'd love to know where you get them from and what they are, because you will certainly not get them from any holy book that exists.
I can explain how you can explain the objectivity in these experiments. Why this is showing objectiveness, because you and I and everyone here, I guess, would have a huge problem to make a decision in the trolley case. So when we all have this, what to do, you know, we can this doubt. We are don't know what is right. That shows objectivity. If it was like you had no problem, you would say.
You'll have to explain that to me. Again, I don't want to interrupt you, but I don't want you to carry on for a few moments and then have to come back to that point. I simply do not understand how you say that our lack of, or the variance in which people will deal with the trolley problem or its various aspects, how on earth you say that because we would deal with that problem differently, therefore there is an objective standard to which we should apply the problem to the problem.
You misunderstood. It's the opposite. We all deal with this problem the same. We don't know.
No, we do not.
Yes, no. Listen to me. So what is your solution? I'm sure we have the same view on this, DPR. What is your solution?
Oh, if you're talking about
a trolley.
If you're talking about the very, very basic trolley,
trolley, yeah. What would you do?
Right. Well, I'm not entirely sure what I would do.
Yes, and same here, and that's when that's where we share. It's such a dilemma, and the fact that it's a dilemma for everyone makes it objective. It shows.
Can someone briefly just describe what the trolley problem is, very, very briefly?
Yes, I certainly can. The idea of the trolley problem is that there is a runaway trolley in America. That makes more sense than it does in here. A runaway train.
Right.
And there are workmen on the lines, and there is a point, and the trolley or the train can be sent down one of the two lines. It can't be stopped, but it can be sent down one of the two lines. On one line, 5 workmen are on the line working, and if the trolley goes, or train goes down that route, 5 people will be killed. If it goes down the other route, there's only one person working, and therefore only one person will be killed. And although you are not in control of the train, you are in control of the point. So you can pull a switch and determine which of the two lines the train or trolley goes down. In other words, you get to determine whether one person dies or 5 people die. Now, most people immediately will say, "Oh, I'd pull the point so that only one person died." Now, that's it at its very basic, the trolley problem. But I've introduced a few variations to it, and it's surprising what it's surprising. This sort of experiment, not done with trolleys, but similar things, can be found on YouTube. And when I finish speaking, I'll see if I can find them, because people's reactions are quite different. And to say that everyone reacts the same is a nonsense, which is why I got a little bit irritated earlier. But there is the next classic variation of the trolley problem is that there is a very large fat person that you can throw down one line or the other from a bridge, and it's quite interesting to see how different people's reactions are. Pulling a lever doesn't seem to be too much of a problem for them, but pushing someone over and killing them to save either the 5 or the 1, whatever, people's reactions start becoming different. Now, the variations that I include in this conversation is, okay, what if you knew that the 5 people were convicted paedophiles who were working on a day out of prison, and the one person was a virtuous religious person who happened to be doing a bit of social work or whatever, and then you'd be amazed at the answers that you start getting. So that's a basic trolley problem. Do you pull the lever? Do you throw the fat man over? My sort of like introduction is, do you kill 5 paedophiles or 1 vicar? And I'm terribly sorry. It doesn't matter how this question is asked. It simply, in my view, and I'm open to persuasion, it simply does not, in my view, provide any evidence of any form of I'm sorry, my mind's gone blank, of objective morality. And if such objective morality is floating around in the ether, then it obviously isn't connecting with people in the same way, because they will make different decisions. And also, you will not find any answer to the trolley problem in any holy book. So, however you are trying to define objective morality, it seems to me you fail, because if you could, there would be an answer to the trolley problem, and there isn't one. There certainly isn't one that we all agree on. There we go. I'm done.
Yeah. But DPR, so I'm sure I haven't read the statistic how people answer this, but I've been in these hangouts and we have talked about it, and we can make a test now, so we can ask everyone here. So, but I will give three options.
As I say,
but you know what the point of the exercise was?
Can I just finish?
There are actually 2 different formulations of it.
Yeah, we know that. I have also a better, but let's take just the trolley problem, the classical one. So so if you have two options here, three options. Throw down the fat man. That is one option. Other option is not doing anything, and the third option is it difficult to make a decision here? That is the three true propositions. So so what Commando? What would you say? Is it easy for you to make a choice here, or would you say it's difficult?
Depends. Like, I mean, for me, it depends on who the fat guy is. Like, if he's just like,
yeah, yeah, but that's why that's stupid when you. I mean, when you talk about pedophiles and so on, you change the whole thing. I mean, but if it was, you didn't know this, you know, a fat guy or doesn't have to be a fat guy. A guy standing beside you on the bridge, would you throw him over, or would you have a difficulties to deciding this, or what would you do?
Can I just point out
Because
at this stage?
So I didn't get
No,
any.
please,
my point. I will just make my point first.
No, please. I'm not going to.
Realize this is
answering the question.
You did interrupt. I just want. I have because
that
I cannot
really help.
I think one of the problems here. I think one of the problems here is this: is that there is the idea that throwing the fat man over the or the thin man over the bridge is actually going
not
to
even
have
sure which
any
one this
effect.
is.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Am I not being heard anymore?
I mean, that's technical. I just want to make one point because I don't think it's understood. Okay, so my point is only when I said it is the same. The thing is that people will have enormous difficulties to. It's not like okay, of course, throw down the fat man. Of course not. The thing that makes us the same is we have extreme difficulty to make a choice. And that is what I mean.
Yeah,
then it shows objectivity about how we make how we have about our moral makeup. That was my point.
Okay.
And that's what I don't understand, and I really would like an explanation of it, because I'm genuinely I'm not deliberately not understanding what you're saying. I fully accept that the trolley problem is full of difficult moral decisions.
Yeah.
And certainly I think that giving the idea of contemplation about what you would do is unrealistic, because the trolley problem is supposed to be sort of like instantaneous and oh shit, right now what do I do?
Yeah.
So I accept, and people will do different things. Now let me finish. People will do different things. Okay, we accept that. Some people won't do anything. Some people will try and kill just the one person without knowing anything about them. Some people will try and save the 5 people. Some people, whatever it is, and we seem to understand. You and I seem to agree that that is a position. So tell me, how do you get from this uncertainty, our subjective uncertainty of how we would behave in such a position, to some sort of objective morality? Yeah. What is the objective moral thing to do in such a circumstance?
Yeah,
that's what I don't understand.
Yeah, so the problem by this dilemma is that when people give an answer, they have to answer A or B. They have to make a choice. That's why you get so different. You will always get different solutions, and then you can say it's subjective. What I'm pointing to is that it is a dilemma, and what is common for everyone is that they find this difficult. And this don't have to be. It could also be like everyone would just say no, no problem. I mean, just throw down the fat man, you know. But everyone has immense difficulties.
I'm sorry. The fat man is a variation of the trolley problem. The initial trolley problem is simply whether you pull the lever to send the trolley down one lane, one line, or the other.
Yeah.
You tell. I'm still not understanding. I'm still not understanding.
What really explains
there is an objective answer.
Yeah. So the objective part of this, what this shows is that we have difficulties making a decision, and that is our objective moral. So it's confront us with a dilemma, and the fact that this is a dilemma for us shows how our moral works.
Okay. Now,
fine.
Okay. So let me go back then, because I think that perhaps the disagreement between the two of us is actually based on a semantic argument, because from what you've said, I get the impression that you are saying that there is not an objective answer to the trolley problem. And by objective, I mean an answer that is true and should be followed, that floats around in the ether, that comes from some sort of deity or whatever. And that's what I mean when I say objective. Are you using objective in a different sense than I am?
Yes, that's what we talked about before. So I have changed my definition of objective. You can say it's a semantic thing, but it's not only a semantic. But this thing here, I mean, the fact that people have difficulties to make a choice here, that is the real result. That is really telling us about our morals. Not if they choose A or B, but the fact that everyone. I mean, this is made up as a dilemma. I mean, there's a reason for that. We find it a dilemma.
And it's made up. In my view, it's made up very well to show that there is no objective answer to this question. If there was an objective answer.
And that is the objectivity.
We would do it. And philosophers, and let me finish. Philosophers and religious people would be able to tell you what the answer is. And as I say, you will not find the answer to this problem in any holy book, and nor will you find it, I think. You may find various propositions being put forward by philosophers, but I'm not really bothered about philosophy now. I'm more interested in theology. You will not find any answer in any holy book about what to do with the trolley problem or any of its variants.
That is true. There is no trolley text in the Bible.
So, do you believe that objectiveness doesn't exist regardless?
Objective. Let me finish. Objective facts, I think, do exist. I believe that they exist to a limited degree in the field of science, and possibly also philosophy.
I'm just trying to understand your.
But to say objective morality exists, I would say absolutely not.
I mean, when I say I.
Yeah, but you still believe in objectivity in general.
Sorry, when I say I have changed my view.
No, I think we can make this discussion a little bit more open to more people than more than two people. Because I believe this is not like a one-on-one.
I totally agree, and I'm more than happy to sit back and listen to what other people have got to say about what I've said. I would like, if necessary, at a particular time, to come back and make some observations. But I totally agree with you. I would love to open this conversation up to everyone else in the room.
I'll mute myself. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I understand your position first, because it sounded like you don't believe in any objectiveness at all. But of course, you, in your worldview, you should believe in the total absolute objectiveness of some of the logical rules, kind of.
I've heard this discussion before. I don't fully understand it. I'm not a philosopher. I am very reluctant to talk about issues of philosophy. In my opinion, and I accept that I could well be wrong about this, logic is like mathematics. That is to say that it is man-made, as are, I have to say, I can't resist it, I'm sorry, as are all gods. Mathematics is a model that human beings have been able to create that produces a predictive and a sound basis for objective truths, one of which, for example, I mentioned, and I'm not going to repeat it, the measurement of the constant of gravity at the Earth's surface, for example. I think logic is also a man-made construct. I am acutely aware that there are some people, including Matt Dillahunty, that think that some logical absolutes exist and would exist even if we were not here. And I can't remember exactly which ones they are, but they were in agreement. He was in agreement with Site Improvement Gate in his debate. So I accept there are people who disagree with me, but logic, mathematics, is something that I consider to be man-made. Now, that's not to say that if we were not here on this planet would not be orbiting the sun in the same way as it is now, and all the other planets would be orbiting in the same way, and the universe would run in exactly the same way without us here being the observer.
Can I comment?
Well,
I would disagree with that, but
I disagree. So my point is, what I disagree with is DPR says it's man-made. If I was an atheist, I would say it's not man-made; it is evolutionary-made. But I am a theist, so to me, it's God-made.
I've talked about mathematics, logic, and gods. Which one of those, or which of those, are you disagreeing are man-made?
All of them. Mathematics is discovered. Morals are discovered or relevated from revelation, like if you're a theist. Logic, I'm not so sure about, but I haven't thought about this, but I would say mathematics is discovered.
Well,
okay.
I would
well,
disagree.
There we go. As I say, I don't want to monopolize the conversation. I obviously disagree with you.
Yeah.
Let other people speak, please.
I would think that Dillahunty makes a very strong case when he speaks about some specific logical fallacies as existing regardless of a mind that makes them, that sort of thinks about them in some sort of a consciousness. I agree with that. There are some specific logical concepts just regardless of a mind. I can't remember exactly which one are those, but it's usually some.
Can I help you here? I think A cannot equal not A. That's one. That's, I think, in relation to the identity. I think there is something about the non-middle which I don't understand well enough to present, and there is a third one which I can't remember.
Yeah, the non-middle, it goes into another paradox, the division of a distance. Regardless of dividing it, you'll still need to divide what's left, because there is an infinity number of divisions that you can make with numbers, and it's never going to end.
Well.
So that type of logical, I don't know, conception, kind of, or logical observation about how the universe works, I believe things like those would exist objectively and absolutely regardless of a mind to conceive them, or to discover them, or to even talk about them. Because if you concede that the universe exists,
I suspect you and I are not that far apart, because you'll recall a few moments ago I said that were we on this planet or not, I believe that it would still be rotating around the sun in the same way as would the other planets in our solar system. I think the universe would run exactly the same way, and whether we were here to observe it or not. So I kind of guess I would be in agreement with you, and therefore I'm prepared to accept that there are certain laws, whether you call them laws of logic or not. I'd have to consider that, but I'm kind of guessing that I'm agreeing with you that A would not equal A, cannot equal, sorry, A equals A and cannot equal B. I'm not sure about the other couple, but I can see where your argument is coming from.
I think you said A equal A and cannot equal B. Things equal things all the time.
Yeah. I don't see where the concept or the conversation goes from here, but I would accept. I think I am accepting. Please, because a lot of people think I never do this. I am accepting what you're saying. I think.
Yeah, but I was trying to correct probably something that you mispronounced, I guess. You said A equals A, which means that A never is going to equal B.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I got it. I got that wrong. Yes. A is A, and A cannot be B.
I think you mean if A is A, then there's never going to be A. It's not equal A, because that's a contradiction.
Yes, you're right. I told you I'm not a philosopher, but you're right. Yes, I agree with that.
I'm not a philosopher either, but I don't think those types of
What does equality mean?
Of thought processes are really essential to any sort of realistic kind of pragmatic worldview, especially if you believe in the physical universe and the laws of physics.
I'm terribly sorry. I think there's a total difference there between the fact that the admission that I made that everything in the universe would carry on just as it is, whether we were here or not to observe it, is something different from saying A can only equal A and can never equal B, or whatever the terminology that you used was. Those are two totally separate issues, aren't
Even
they?
the proposition you made, what are your presuppositions about that claim?
What is
That
equality?
if we, as Homo sapiens, would, it does not change in the universe if we observe it or not.
What is equality?
What did you presuppose?
If you want me to tell you what my presuppositions are, I will, but they're very limited. My presuppositions are that I exist, that you exist, and we're having a conversation, that the universe exists, and there is something that we can find out about the universe. That's pretty much the totality of my presuppositions. Sorry? I'm terribly sorry.
What if the universe is projected to you personally? You exist, but how can you go about proving that anything else exists outside of it?
Nadia wants to speak, and I will answer in that case very quickly, because she's far more interesting than I am. I would suggest that what you're approaching here is something along the lines of solipsism and hard solipsism. And if you are asking me to disprove hard solipsism, I cannot, and I do not think that it ever can be disproved. But enough of me, Nadia.
Well, I was going to briefly remark that in mathematics, the sorts of in logic, mathematical logic and such is makes the distinction between mathematics and logic kind of irrelevant. The notion of equality is, well, nothing more than a convention that's kind of made up by us. I mean, it's called a well, transitive symmetric relation, right? It's transitive that if, you know, A relates to B,
could you,
and B relates to C, then
Nadia,
A relates to C,
if
right?
you could,
So,
Nadia, if you can put in your better microphone, it would be really helpful. But even if you can't, can you just explain the last concept that you described?
it's called transitivity. So a transitive relation has something like if A relates to B and B relates to C, then A relates to C, right? So you can collapse all the, you know, intermediate steps of the chain of that relation being the case. And also there's something called symmetry, which is that, well, things all, A relates to A always, right? I mean, that's all the equivalence relation is. It's just, you know, making up those rules about, you know, this relation we're calling equality, right? That's not anything, you know, really special about the nature of reality of the universe. It's, well, I was just saying that these are, you know, the rules in our sort of model of reality, and, well, we don't entirely know exactly when and where to apply them. We also have, say, well, much more general ideas about logic than things like the classical Aristotelian logic. They generally relate to, you know, formal languages and implication systems and such, so that, you know, various things, you know, entail others, and you could have a, you know, a big space of, well, I guess what they call theorems generated, right? This,
So, Nadia, is the universe symmetric or asymmetric?
well, it depends on what aspects of it you're examining and what you mean by symmetry. I don't think the kind of logical idea that, you know, we're calling symmetric relations applies to, I mean, everything about the universe. And, I mean, to the extent we're applying it as a model. I would say, okay, well, it generates better predictions, or, you know, things that more accurately, you know, predicted future experience in the past. Given these kinds of models of, you know, what is there in the universe, and, well, that doesn't say a whole lot about what the reality of it is, right? I mean, some of the models may not be, you know, from conscious scientific processes. They might be, say, you know, things instinctively built into us by, you know, some kind of natural force like evolution or who knows what. But even so, there's not any, you know, necessarily more predictive or powerful than any other kind of, you know, model we make up to try to guess what's going to happen
If
next.
I could just say this, Nadia, if I may. there are obviously criticisms, legitimate criticisms of science, in that it can't explain everything. But science can put men on the moon and get them back again. Science can send probes to Mars and send messages back. Science can send, I don't know what you would call it, an object, to interact with a comet 300 million miles away from Earth. Science has a track record of success. Religion, in contrast, has got, so far as its holy books are concerned, damn near everything wrong. Now, as I say, as an independent observer, should I put my trust and faith in science? And, for example, when I become ill, should I go to a doctor or should I pray? If my car needs a repair, something wrong with it, should I go to a garage or should I pray?
So,
whatever example you want to pick. Science has a track record of success, and religion has an unenviable track record of utter failure. Whatever religious book you want to read, it doesn't matter.
I think that the methodology on how you can consider religions is by definition, it's not by definition, but fundamentally false and fallacious as well. Religions and theologies
Tell
is
me
not.
why.
Religions are fundamentally false. So go ahead.
Religions are not coming with theologies is not some sort of a scientific explanation of the universe or how we live or some sort of things that happens in the physical world or some sort of a mathematical equation or a theory of some sort of a scientific phenomenon that happens. If you think it is that way, and if it is the way that you examine theologies, then you're completely missing the point, I believe.
Yes.
Religions.
Well, let me pause you there. Do you accept that the Bible?
Hold on.
No, I won't, because I'm not.
What do you mean? No, excuse me. Let me finish my point. No, hold on. I won't actually let you dominate the conversation like you did with everybody else before, but you've been here talking since a while. We were listening, and just let me finish my idea. Religions, from my perspective, and I think the most accurate representation of theologies, it is a compilation of different metaphors and symbols to communicate something. It's called faith. It is not a scientific book. It is not intended to be there as an explanation of scientific phenomenons. It is a set of different type of symbols, and I think you're completely missing the point in the methodology and how you examine any sort of theology by fundamentally, and that's why I think it's a complete waste of time. For example, when I'm speaking with you, I'm choosing the English language. First of all, I'm using a verbal communication means because it's easier for me to communicate with you and express my idea. And language is the means that I'm using. Now, religion is the language that people use to communicate faith, associate with other people. It's easier. That's a form of communication as well. And for me, as being a Muslim, it's the kind of language that I choose. It's the kind of language that I choose to communicate with around 1,600,000,000 other people. And the way you approach it, I think you're completely missing the point, and it's not really gonna produce any sort of fruitful discussion if you approach religion and theologies in the way you do.
I'm not sure whether the discussion will be fruitful or not. I'll leave that for others to make that determination. But a couple of things you've said. Firstly, and now you've accepted that you're a Muslim, the comments I make about the Bible, I'm sure you'll probably tend to agree with. If you suggest for one moment that the Bible doesn't seek to contain scientific statements, then you're absolutely wrong. And every single scientific statement that the Bible makes is incorrect. Now, I would suggest to you that the Quran is a plagiarism of the Bible. And if you challenge me on this, I'll just what are the chapters called? Cheers or whatever. Just go to number 2, and read number 2, and you will discover that it is literally plagiarized, and very poorly plagiarized from the Bible. The idea that the Prophet Muhammad had some divine sort of like intervention when he was getting this written down is an absolute nonsense. It's a plagiarism, quite clearly a plagiarism. When you get to Surah 3, verse 7, I think it is, you'll find that there is a quote that no one is capable of understanding the Quran. So don't tell me that you've got some greater insight than any other religion. Your God, the God that you believe in, the prophet that you believe in is, well, not the prophet, but the God that you believe in is as man-made as every other God has ever been, or goddess.
Oh.
Let's not forget
the prophet is
goddess.
too, actually.
So you
Robert
quoted
Spencer
Surah
has
number 2,
shown that
but you didn't give me the specific ayah. We need to examine this. Let's have a Quranic study for a moment. The surats, that there's no chapters in the Quran. There's what we call surats, and the number is what we call tartib.
Surah number 2, totally plagiarized
Number 2,
from the.
I would suppose it's
Bible.
yeah. Hold on. I would suppose it's Surah Al-Baqarah. So, which ayah again? You didn't provide any ayah.
Oh, by the way, Muhammad never existed. I'll get you the book. Hang on.
Which specific verses you're speaking about, so that we can actually examine things and not just speak generally about your personal feelings about the Quran.
Yeah, there's no problem. I believe Surah 2 contains 280-ish verses.
283, I believe.
283. I wasn't far off, was I? So you look at every single one of them, and apart from the ones that slip in, well, we can deal with Surah 1 quite easily. 7 verses. Allah is great. Great is Allah. Allah is the greatest, and whatever. It's 7 verses about that. Then you go to Surah 2, and you get basically plagiarism from basically the New Testament, and 283 verses, and you can see exactly where they come from. Then you go to Surah 3, and I'm pretty certain it's Surah 3:7, where you get.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Give me the right verses so that we can discuss something. You're not just going to quote the whole.
Do I need to get my book of Quran out?
Yeah, you better.
I can't see it here. I'll have to get it up on the internet. Would you allow me a moment to do that? I don't think I've got the. Oh, I may have. Hang on a second. Sorry, I'm trapped up with wires.
Yeah,
just give me a second. Let me see if I've.
DPR. Oh, I hope you haven't been sitting on it. DPR. Tell me you.
No, it's a Book of Mormon. Sorry, I don't have the Quran in front of me, and I don't know where it is. I can't see it on my bookshelf. So anyway, if you'll give me a minute, the first thing I'll do, if you don't mind, is I'll pop to the bathroom. But then I will bring up on the internet the Quran,
a compilation,
and then we can carry on the conversation. Is that acceptable with you?
You can read to me from your list of translated compilation of some of the controversial, quote-unquote controversial verses.
Yeah.
It's a
That'll
waste
be
of
great.
time because
Oh, it's a
first
waste
of
of
all you have
time.
to.
I'm not going to
Let
waste
me
my
explain
time.
to you.
I'm not going to waste my
Exactly.
time.
Did you
But
actually
what
concede
I
and
will do,
understand what the definition that I gave you for
what I
religion?
will do for the sake of the other people in the chat, though, is actually put up Surah 2 and allow them to determine for themselves whether they think it is a plagiarism. If you're not prepared to talk to
Read
me
it. It's
about
Surah
it, that's
Al-Baqarah
fine.
number 2.
But
Of
anyway,
course.
I'm terribly sorry. I have to go to the bathroom now. But I will do that in a few moments' time. Thank you for your
I can do it.
attention.
Sure. It's Quran.com/number 2. It's a
I
very easy chaptering of
I agree.
any sort of surah.
I agree it's plagiarism, and also I would point out that Muhammad never existed. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't necessarily care like about your personal belief about plagiarism or not plagiarism. The way that I consider religions and theologies in general, it's a language. It's how people express their spirituality, and I don't see a problem with that. If you see that it doesn't necessarily explain the universe how you see it, if it doesn't provide you some sort of theory about a scientific phenomena, then I think you're just wasting your time. You're never gonna find some sort of a theory in a book that's intended for a spiritual experience for people, and that's what theologies are. Oh, Surah number 2 is plagiarism. I mean, this is not how you approach things.
Well, so how do you approach plagiarism then? I mean, should it not be considered a holy text and instead be considered a, garbage or something, or what?
Well, Nadia, once all the infidels are dead or converted, then there will be no plagiarism. Think about it.
Yeah, does it say that in the Quran, or did you just pull it from your ass?
I pulled it from my ass.
Exactly. Thank you for specifying.
You're welcome.
When you come up with any information, it gotta be correct.
No, you know how it is. One bunch of fake mythology and all that, and various others too.
I think every human product is plagiarism.
Hey, Jonah or Abdullah. Oh, I thought your name was Jonah. Are you Jonah? Abdullah?
Yeah, both.
Oh, thanks. Hey, Jonah, I'm wondering, have you ever heard some of the, well, we're waiting for DPR, some of the coincidences between and links that exist between Catholics and Muslims regarding Mary, who Catholics consider the mother of God, and Muhammad's daughter, Fatima. And then, are you aware of the Catholics' devotion in the 20th century to Our Lady of Fatima? And there's some weird spiritual, if anecdotal, coincidences that there used to be a Catholic leader, I think his name was Fulton Sheen, that used to pray that Muslims and Catholics would come together and find peace, which hasn't happened yet. But there are some interesting. There was this treatise done on these the Muslim reverence towards Mary, the Mother of God, that is very close to the Catholics' reverence of Mary, the Mother of God. And are you familiar with any of that? I don't want to call it necessarily interfaith or, but are you aware of any of those comparisons that were made? Or am and I'm not, this is stuff I am pulling out of my memory. I am not referencing any books, but have you ever heard of any of those likenesses made in the, I guess they would have been made in the name of ecumenism?
I don't know, your question is kind of... it's gonna wait
Oh,
too
let me
long.
start over. Some
If
Catholics
you have it,
believe that
if you can be
Muslims and Catholics
specific
will
and
come to
make it
a
short.
peace terms, and they think that that will result from a blessing from the Virgin Mary, Mother of God, or Mother, if you would say, of the Prophet. And because the Muslims, I don't know which, if all, show a particular fondness towards the Mary. Oh, now it looks like DPR is back, so I'll pursue it with you on another time, Jonah.
Yeah, but if you have a specific question, then I can answer it. You can.
I'm wondering
if
if you're
ask
familiar with those ecumenical attempts, or that little bit of history between Catholics and Islam. If you're aware of those.
I don't know what you mean by those. You mentioned different stories, but
common beliefs between Islam and Catholicism. Well, I'll bring it up to you another time because your head's in another game. I will remember. You won't need to remind me, Jonah. I'll bring it up again in the future.
all right.
OG, when you were talking about this, I thought about the miracles of Fatima. You know them?
Yeah, I'm aware of those. My grandmother went there, and some of my grandmother went there, and my grandfather.
Okay.
But I'll bow out here.
I think this region is named by a Muslim princess that converted to Christianity.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, well, I think Muhammad's favorite daughter was also named Fatima.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but I guess this name. I think it's the geographical name. I think it comes from this Moorish princess that became a Christian, being a Muslim. But,
interesting. I'll have to look into that, Balthazar.
But it's I mean, it's a very.
I've heard that mentioned. Now that you say it, I have heard that, but I can't remember all of. That's interesting. I do remember that. But what I'm sharing now is my Catholic heritage, and I don't cling to that faith any longer. So I'd have to go back and look. And it's been literally 25 years since I've had any brushings with that. DPR, you're back on, bro. Smoke that cigarette. I yield the mic.
If you want to hear a really interesting.
Sorry, yes.
Really,
yes, of course. I'm back.
If you want to hear a really interesting idea, OG, that was in EMK's hangout not so many hours ago, there was a guy, Mr. something, and he saw a connection that the Muslim religion was a sword made from the Jesuits.
I think Commando will probably go along with that.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. But it was, I was sad. He then dived into more like electrical stuff before the pyramids and so on. But I would like to have the. I've never heard that.
Personally, I don't.
When did the Jesuits come to creation?
15th century, 16th century. Saint Ignatius of Loyola, a Spanish soldier.
I can't remember exactly what their theology is. Can anyone help me with that?
Their theology is their current theology. Now, the current pope is a Jesuit, and more recently, their theology has been considered predominantly quite liberal, and they're aligned with things like liberation theology, human, what's called option for the poor. They've been accused of Marxist tendencies, but there are hardline Jesuits that are very conservative, and then there are others that are not. But they're Catholics, hardcore, dedicated to the Pope.
Yeah, and they are brilliant.
Or anything else.
Yeah, and they are brilliant scientists. So if you have a real brilliant, they have a very strong science tradition. And when they were as missionaries, they brought science to all of the whole world. You know, like in China, they actually
Francis Xavier, yes.
Yeah, they were actually invited from the Chinese emperor, and the way, you know, to get permission to translate the Bible into Chinese and just to do missionary, they offered their science, and they were so good, you know, that they got positions at once at emperor cosmology, and they just, you know, they just showed the Chinese how to do modern science. So.
Yeah, I can talk to you at length about them. They're in the Pacific Northwest. They also had a special permission from the native tribes back in the 17th century, where they were allowed free. They were looked at. Let me just say that the same Indian tribes that slayed, like the Whitmans and the Protestant evangelists, that butchered them or massacred them, tend to favor the Jesuits. But the Jesuits had a methodology that was unlike the others. When they went, they acted as they ate the same food. They learned the language of the people. They didn't impose their language and beliefs on them.
Yeah.
And they did the rest with smoke and mirrors.
Exactly. Yeah. And they not only, they also had to learn their religion, because like in the case when you translate like Chinese, the Bible into Chinese, you have to also know their cosmology to find, you know, right words and concepts. Yeah, because it's a very interesting situation. What shall you name God? What kind of word shall you take? You know.
You know, it's life and death in some of those situations. If you profane the wrong God or say the wrong word, it could be life or death.
No, that's not what I mean. But think if you are from, you shall translate. You know, you have to find words for all this. You know, what kind of words shall you choose for God when you are coming from in a, let's say, a Taoistic tradition? You know. So yeah, that's very interesting. So
I'll talk more with you about that, Balthazar. I mean, yeah, Balthazar. I will. I'll hit you back on that. I want to let DPR and Jonah go back to business.
Yeah.
I don't think there was I don't think the way that the conversation started is satisfying to an actual intellectual debate, because I don't think the DPR took some time to understand my position first. The way he approaches the Muslim theology is the way he approaches it with every single other Muslim. So I'd suggest you to first of all understand what my positions are in the specific theology that you're going to talk about, and then me and you can save some time.
I would certainly hope that would be a very useful starting point, and perhaps I can start it in this way, if I may. I hold the view that the majority of Muslims in the world are very decent, peaceful people, and in the same way that the majority of Christians in this world are decent, honourable people who want to do good for their fellows, okay? But I think that in both cases they have to go, those who are the peaceful, considerate, kind, moderate Christians or Muslims have to do something which I would almost call disingenuous. That is, that they have to cherry pick from their good book. Now, taking Muslims as an example, and I've used this example several times before in Hangouts, in particular in this Hangout. So I apologize if I am repeating myself. But there are Muslims in my country who are wonderful people and want to integrate into the society, United Kingdom, England, Wales, whatever you want to call it, to such an extent that they're happy to play cricket for England, and there cannot be much more an English thing than playing cricket. And we have Muslims that play in our national English cricket team. There are also, though, and to deny this would be a falsehood, there are also those that want to bring down this country, and they are the fundamentalists. And the fundamentalist Muslims do exist, and if you try and deny that, then we have an issue there. But I don't think you're going to be stupid enough to deny that. So what we have, and they're also sort of like fundamental Christians. They're not quite as violent, but they can be as abhorrent, in my view, in seeking to deny rights to people and rights of equality, for example. So what I think is an interesting question is, if you look at the Quran and you read it, it is a book that on first blush, so to speak, is a book of extreme violence and intolerance and bigotry and hatred. And what I see here is a moderate Muslim cherry-picking the good bits out of the Quran in the same way as a moderate and peaceful Christian cherry-picks the good bits out of the Bible. There are, though, and I think perfectly justifiable, people who read the Quran as it was written. And the Quran is a book of extreme violence and intolerance and nastiness. And I don't think you can deny that. Now, I'm not suggesting for a moment that you are anything other than a moderate Muslim who reads the Quran in a particular way and cherry picks the good bits and thinks, yeah, this is what I'm supposed to do. But let me ask you, do you accept that there are elements of the Quran that do or are incredibly violent and aggressive? For example, against anyone that doesn't follow the religion, and people who are guilty of apostasy. Are you saying that the Quran doesn't say that there are specific things that ought to be done to those people? Because if you are saying that, then we do have an issue.
Okay.
No, hold on.
Okay. I have.
You already speculated about a lot of things about my position.
I
You already asked questions of this.
point out that there's a
Excuse me,
new
it's my turn.
hangout. This hangout's going off the air, so if you want your turn to actually show up on record here, move to new hangout. DPR is sent in Skype, and does anyone else need it externally? Okay.
I've got the new Hangout link. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go there. Okay.
Okay. Bobstar, Pontium. Let me see if I can get you Baltasar. Jam. G. Okay. G. Man. Okay. Whoops, I forgot to. Okay, here. Now to start. Okay, who knows where Palm Jam and OG are, but okay. Go ahead.